Sehr herzlich willkommen, verehrte Damen und Herren, liebe Kunstinteressierte, zu unserem Kongress zur Zukunft der Kritik. Ich freue mich sehr, im Namen der Akademie der Künste in Berlin und der Bundeskunsthalle hier solch eine großartige Gästeliste von RednerInnen, KritikerInnen, Journalistinnen mit Ihnen gemeinsam begrüßen zu dürfen. Hier bei uns im Forum, aber auch am Livestream. Es freut mich sehr, dass wir in den nächsten 2 Tagen ein dichtes Programm anbieten können und auch 3 Tage lang in Berlin das nächste Woche weitergeht. Wir werden viel debattieren, diskutieren, in Austausch kommen und es ist mir eine große Freude, vor allen Dingen, dass Angela Lammert von der Akademie der Künste und Kolja Reichert uns so ein fantastisch reichhaltiges Programm zusammengestellt haben. Sie haben dieses Thema initiiert. Ich bin damals sofort mit eingestiegen. Die Bundeskunsthalle ist ein Ort, die den Diskurs pflegt. Wir sind ein Ort, der vor allen Dingen auch als Pressezentrum gegründet worden ist.
We are a place which was especially established as a press center, and then at that time the Bundeskunsthalle was also the conference center of the German government, and Mr. Helmut Kohl received international guests at that time. So in this respect we have always maintained this dialogue, and in 1992 there was a major congress of the senses, and in 2020 when I came here to the Bundeskunsthalle we continued with a new format, Studio Bonn, which also covers a dialogue, a discourse, and we have very interesting talks, conversations, discussions. Last year, for instance, about specific values, and the Bundeskunsthalle was turned into an NFT, and the other day, together with the UN, we had a conference about global nervous systems, which we will continue, and next year on the agenda we will be having the major subject, where are they all? And Mr. Reichert put together the agenda for this discourse, and with the Petita Congress, that is what we call it, the Critics Congress, we can make a contribution to this very important subject. Elke Buhr, the editor-in-chief of Monopoly, said yesterday on SW3 that criticism is being eroded. Criticism of art has many voices, a plurality of voices, but what is lacking is experts. And we also think so. Voices are missing, which will provide a big overview, which will do their own research, who are committed to have a lot of knowledge, interdisciplinary knowledge, and they use it time and again with respect to a discussion of works of art. The culture sections in newspapers have reduced the space, texts are being shortened, often they are just taken over from other sources, a lot is being posted, and well, many subjects are coming up, but anyway, technical journalism on the broadcasting media and print media, above all, this is disappearing. And I can see it in many of my colleagues from my generation. There are numerous examples which indicate that the best people are going into the marketing industry, the art market. They do counseling and coaching. They take over communication for private profit-making companies and a lot more. So it's very important that we do talk about this. That is, what's going to happen tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, and in future. It's a symptom of our time that news are overlapping, intersecting, the multiplicity of information is overflooding us, and the attention economy, which is a much used term, is low, very low, and we can see time and again that all these important subjects and the crisis are overtaxing us. The next panel, we'll call it hyperventilation, and this shows that people do not go into depth anymore. Complexity is going down, and the aesthetic judgment, which is so important to all of us, is at great risk. I would like to quote from the text announcing the Congress. Every person is a critic nowadays, but where is criticism? All of us are experts judging each other, but where do we take the criteria from? Every theater, every museum, every scientific institute is supposed to explain its own work and advertise it. Whereas independent conveyance categorization in the general media is disappearing, but without criticism there is no public. Without public there is no art, and without art there is no democracy. And for this reason we will do some stock taking and try to analyze this prevailing situation. We are very pleased to be able to make a contribution, and we want to support this. And we thank our cooperation partners, in particular the Federal Center for Political Education, and next week it will be 70 years old, and it's still young and very vital. You wouldn't see it, and it fulfills a very important function which addresses mainly youth but also civil society as such. We also thank the ICA, that is the Association of Art Critics, and Madame Perrier will be speaking to you shortly. We wish you interesting, fruitful days, and we hope that all of us together can raise the commitment for a very broad audience. And some housekeeping information. We'll be partying into the night, so stay here up to the very end. And I'm pleased, and above all, I would like to thank the curators, Mrs. Lammer and Kolja Reichert, for the excellent organization of the Congress and also the editing work. I would also like to thank the team of Bundeskunsthalle, Mrs. Walter, above all, who made a major contribution towards this success. And there is also something else going on here in Bundeskunsthalle. We would like to recommend Ridiculously Yours, a very interesting exhibition, and there will be a guided tour by Mr. Heiser tomorrow at 1 o'clock. So enjoy this, and I will now hand over to Mrs. Karen Sander, the artist, and she's also the head of the section of visual arts at the Academy of Arts in Berlin. Thank you very much indeed.
Kein Corona.
I haven't got COVID. Now, according to the Wikipedia, which I checked on the 17th of November 2022, criticism is thinking, and it's very important, and it's upraising, human, corresponding, socialist, demanding, aspirational, and social, related, scientific, psychological, continuing, French, Greek, narrow-minded, lasting, inferior, envious, and in analog to a private law, contractual, German, ancient, Greek, German-speaking, individual, literary theory, thoughtful, aesthetic, normative, discursive, personal, extended, differentiated, specific, numerous, large, major, modern, practice-oriented, well-educated, stricted, over-confessional, critical of religion, English, central, astute, reliable, social, fundamental, civilized, universal, good, strong, powerful, common, ambitious, ontological, fundamental, pedological, architectural, possible, complete, analytical, synthetic, transcendental, complex, comprehensive, all-encompassing, practical, wide, transcendental philosophy, erroneous, narrow-minded, crossing borders, going beyond borders, independent, general, determined, theory of understanding civilized, generalizable, all-encompassing, economic, determining, written, non-written, Protestant, Catholic, capitalist, socialist, post-Marxist, incompatible, critical of science, church-related, sufficient, indispensable, unpleasant, unclarified, non-welcome, welcome, learned, useful, motivated, social, active, passive, gradual, constructive, empathic, emotional, decisive, Chinese, immanent, online, metaphysical, fought for, much coveted, balanced, impossible, historical, social, political, restricted, the only possible way, systematic, linking, transcendental, announced, interlinked, connected, available, integrated, embedded, and registered. According to the concept of Kolja Reichert and Langmuth, the future of critique is new, controversial, central, democratic, artistic, individual, accessible, productive, essential, modern, ancient Greek, cultural, aesthetic, social, political, journalistic, necessary, existing, civil, humiliating, critical, genuine, blunt, traditional, residual, global, European, US, American, white, uncontroversial, diverse, misleading, loud, digital, separating, strong, collective, historical, up-to-date, international, realistic, dominating, obsolete, common, personal, trained, structural, in terms of content, independent, sustainable, practical, human, elementary, indispensable, done with composure, discursive, with an impact on society, economically sustainable, designed, blockchain-based, parallel, interdisciplinary, narrow-minded, thematic, selected, commented, modified, changed, future, half-day, internal, broad, long-term, programmatic, separate, 5-digit, community-based, decentralized, experienced, anonymous, sufficient, long, and experimental. And the heading is here, a draft for the Congress, the future of criticism, in cooperation with the Academy of Sciences and Bundeskunsthalle in Bonn, and now at the weekend and also in the next week from the 24th to the 26th of November in the Academy of Sciences in Berlin. And I would like to welcome you with a big thank you to this conference in Bonn about the future of criticism. Thank you very much, Eva Kraus and Bundeskunsthalle. I would also like to thank Mrs. Lammert and Mr. Reichert, above all these two, who planned this congress in the long term and who put together the agenda, Ulf Herzogenrath, who provided the impetus to this, and all those involved in this. I would like to wish a very fruitful day and a lot of food for thought. Thank you very much indeed.
Liebe Kolleginnen, liebe Kollegen.
Now, dear colleagues, I would like to welcome you very cordially on behalf of the German section of the International Association of Art Critics, ICA, for short, and we are very pleased that you are attending this congress in person here in Bonn or by means of stream. And Bundeskunsthalle, the Academy of Arts, the Leuphana and the Humboldt universities, and we have organized this congress together. Whereas you in are talking about the future of criticism in Bonn and in Berlin, I am representing, in my capacity as the president, the German section at the 55th International ICA Congress. And at present we are in Chile, in Valparaiso, and we will shortly continue our meeting in Buenos Aires. And here too, of course, we will place the focus on critique, on criticism, or more specifically, we will be focusing on the question of what are we talking about when in the 21st century we talk about art critique. And you will easily imagine that the numerous crises, ranging from the pandemic to climate change, are playing a major role here. We, as the European delegations, will certainly also refer to the war of aggression of Russia against Ukraine with all the suffering, all the terror, which is also having a political, economic and social impact on us here in the West. And we must also bear in mind the terrible suffering of millions of people in Ukraine. And globally, we are being concerned time and again how apparently natural rules of a liberal and democratic existence are being jeopardized, in particular here in the American dual continent in the two major countries, that is the United States and Brazil. And in connection with the uprising autocratic governmental structures, we must remember that international ICA and our German section were established some few years after the end of the war with a view to supporting the free expression of opinions, cultural meeting and a solidaric discourse about political, beyond political and cultural borders. And one of the important fields of work of ICA is up to now a working group which is active at the international level against censorship, and it is supporting a freedom of expression. And I would like to wish you many stimulating and constructive discussions at your Congress, your Daniel Perrier. Dear participants of the Congress, dear guests, dear colleagues here in Bonn and in Berlin who have prepared this Congress with such a great deal of commitment. Thank you very much indeed for being here. I would also like to welcome you to the Future of Criticism, the Congress, which will be continued in Berlin next week. As a member of the board of ICA, that is, I'm the treasurer, I'm very pleased that we can also make a contribution towards the success of this Congress, because the subjects which we'll be focusing upon are also the main items of our work as an association, and what is part of the occupation of a critic. What media do we use? What is our audience at present, in future? And what do we have to do in transcendental terms, and what does it mean to us to do so with a lot of effort, critically and self-critically? The Association Internationale de Critique d'Art, or ICA for short, was established in 1950 in Paris. As an NGO, it wants to improve the conditions for criticism, and it's keeping an eye on the situation of our colleagues all over the world. There is not only an open section, but also 65 international sections with critics from 95 countries. They are members of ICA International. The umbrella organization acts as a platform for overarching cultural work, and for instance, it fights against censorship and it supports the role of the criticism of art. ICA Germany, which has also existed for more than 50 years, and it was established in 1990, is also making contribution, but it also organizes congresses, for instance, about the relationship of criticism of art in the East and the West last summer. It also issues awards to exhibitions and museums, and it also publishes the essays on the criticism of art. And Uta Reindl supports a new line of publications who will show you the booklets at the table next to the entrance to the Congress. German ICA consists of academic persons and members who are also active as curators, and also of journalists who often work on a freelance basis in the daily and weekly press. And as a result of this variety, we have a very useful, a very fruitful exchange within the association, which means that we also have very long meetings. But what is good about the meetings is that in the discussions we quite often contradict one another. And we must put up with these contradictions, and then we can find a differentiated perspective which reflects not only one opinion, but a great many different opinions. ICA is a multi-voiced network which will continue to grow in terms of shades and size, and it can be extended, and it can also be a foyer, an entrance. And this metaphor was coined by Andrea Giesche, a theater critic, who referred to the need for a space for an exchange between art critics. To us, to ICA, and to all of us, I wish that we will be providing such an entrance not only, but that we can also fill it with life, a non-exclusive space where all of us who are involved in criticism can meet. Above all, at such moments when, in a metaphor, we have left some performance or a theater piece, and we left the door, slamming the doors, and we can do so in a proper format. And then it's important that we wait for the others in the foyer, so that we can have a very intensive discussion, exchange arguments, and perhaps create new formats together. But we should not only stick to our opinion after returning our blinders at the reception. In the foyer, not everything is shining and champagne. There is often a draft. It may be hectic, and you may have to queue up. Artists, critics, and members of the audience are meeting, and they come from different walks of life. But above all, the foyer is a space for a before and an after, where we mainly discuss about the creation of art. And the event which is awaiting us now has the potential to become such a foyer and anteroom for the future of criticism. And now I would like to wish you and us a very fruitful Congress, which beyond this weekend and beyond the next weekend will provide an important impetus to our work.
Thank you very much, Daniel Perrier. Thank you, Eva. Thank you to all our guest speakers. Thank you to everybody who was involved and who helped us organize this comprehensive project. It's a great signal, cultural political signal from two very important institutions. It is now my pleasure to introduce Angela Lammert, the head of interdisciplinary special projects at the Akademie der Künste, the Academy of Arts. Thank you, Mr. Kolja Reichert. This is coming from the interpreters. Unfortunately, the sound is not sufficient for us.
Und von diesen Symptomen gibt es ein.
And there are different symptoms like those that we will debate on this Congress, especially next week when we meet at the Academy of Arts and continue the Congress. We just spent the last 2 years meeting on Zoom, having exchanges on Zoom, having an exchange between members of different fields of art, between different critic fields and media reports. So it really became an assembly of arts, of generation, of scenes, of fields. This is another remark from the interpreter. Unfortunately, we cannot hear Ms. Lammert. Once again, this is the interpreter. The microphone of Ms. Lammert is not working. We are trying to fix it.
Wir freuen uns.
And we're extremely looking forward to those 6 days that are lying ahead of us, the 12 hours ahead of us today. If you stay until the end of the party, the concert of Arnold Dreiblatt at 9 o'clock in the restaurant right next door. We turned the restaurant into a club. Tomorrow, the artist, the singer, will also be part of a panel tomorrow. We also want to welcome everybody who's watching us live or who will watch us in the future. And yes, publicity, public sphere has changed, and how much it has changed, how radically it has changed. Well, I think many of us in our habits haven't gotten used to that yet. We are going to be woken up by the first contribution now, a presentation, a keynote that will probably have an impact on the next 6 days. So one thing remains to say. This is once again coming from the interpreters. Unfortunately, we still cannot hear Ms. Lammert.
Dieser Kongress.
So this Congress has been organized by artists, has been conceptualized by artists who felt that something has changed. We're now going to see an artist and art critic. Carolyn Busta was an editor at Art Forum. Lil Internet is a musician, a video producer. He produced videos for Beyoncé, Nike, Adidas. Both of them have come up with their own consequence from the commercialization of media. They have their own podcast, website, New Models. It's maybe the fastest, the most challenging platform for current cultural theory, and we are very much looking forward to Do You Know Where You Live? Critical Survival by New Models.
Hallo. Hallo, hallo. Das funktioniert, oder?
Is it working? Great, okay.
Ja. Dann. Cool. Well, danke.
Thank you very much
for being here. Thank you to Studio Bonn and Kolja Reichert, the Kunstmuseum Bonn and Kunsthalle Bonn and the Akademie der Kunst. We're very psyched to be here this weekend and to be starting off this conference, which is really quite a feat. We wanted to first give a little bit of background as to who we are, just following what Kolja was saying. I, as Kolja mentioned, worked as the editor-in-chief of Text zur Kunst and Art Forum. I have a long history in magazines. I'm very invested in what has happened to legacy media. And Julian?
I spent most of my career in the music industry, both as a music producer and a DJ and a video director, as well as being involved in the early years of online content creation and niche internet cultures.
But Julian and I, we share a common experience, and it's likely one that we share with many of you here and also listening remotely. The implosion of legacy media structures over the past 2 decades, with the shift from top-down publishing and broadcasting to a decentralized distribution of social media. So there's our glacier melting this summer. As everyone in this room likely is keenly aware, this change in media has completely altered the terms of attention and ultimately, therefore, cultural power. So it's our belief that to speak critically about culture today, one must first establish a clear understanding of how culture circulates, or to understand, as Julian likes to say,
the physics of contemporary media. the affordances and limitations, the laws that govern traction, speed, visibility, and even permanence of an idea or piece of content. Do you want to switch places with me?
The slides. Okay.
So the physics of contemporary media follow the physics of social media platforms inherently. I use the term physics to describe the user interface design, the uniformity of how posts appear, the character limits that keep posts short, the platform's gamified mechanics and incentives, collecting likes and followers, and the priorities of its recommendation algorithms, increasing time spent on the platform through engagement, whether positive or negative. From these physics, which influence every aspect of communication and behavior on the platforms, physics are laws that sort of they define everything else that emerges from them. Very unexpected and particular effects emerge. The nth order effects of the social media system. These effects include our own cognitive and emotional responses, releases of dopamine, cortisol, and adrenaline, crowd dynamics and peer pressure of all kinds. And a few orders out, the recent surge of right-wing populism and the mis, dis, and malinformation boom. But this is outside of the scope of our conversation.
It's our feeling that even though most people are now more or less aware that social media can be corrosive, or that, as scholars like Shoshana Zupoff and Akila Mbembe and others have argued, contemporary media turns its audience, really its user base, into a lucrative unpaid labor force, that we do not yet have a common map of what we make as artists, as writers, as critics, publishers, academics, how it actually exists within today's field of media.
So what we hope to do in the next 30 minutes is to think about where, as cultural producers, we live, and to provide some working coordinates for how, in our observation, criticism relates to its media infrastructure in this year, 2022.
Okay, so first, let's just quickly revisit the long-standing model. Many of you will be familiar with this. In our minds, many of us may have an image of a public sphere as Jürgen Habermas defined it, a social formation emerging in the 18th century that is conceptually distinct from the state, a site for the production and circulation of discourses that can, in principle, be critical of the state. And since it is also in principle distinct from the official economy, it is not, I'm quoting here scholar Nancy Fraser, her 1990 essay, Rethinking the Public Sphere, it is not an arena of market relations, but rather one of discursive relations, a theater for debating and deliberating rather than buying and selling. We know that this theater for debating and deliberating is enormously important to the rise of what we call the art world, right? As Thomas Crow wrote about the Paris Salon, pictured here, the Paris Salon of 1785, as captured by Pietro Antonio Martini, it, quote, brought together, this is Thomas Crow, it, quote, brought together a broad mix of classes and social types, where exhibitions were thus faced with the task of defining what sort of public it had brought into being. So we know that it was in this context that the art critic emerged, and the art critic's task was ultimately to triangulate the work with the zeitgeist of its public viewers, and whatever contemporaneous political, economic conditions the critic deemed important. So that was the critic's job, to suture these three things: the public, the art, and whatever else was going on publicly, politically or economically. In this way, the critic would assign value, which would anchor further debate about the value of certain signs and aesthetic moods, and quite often also personalities. But the corollary model of this public sphere was contingent on a particular form of media. We often call this legacy media. I mean, we often call this legacy media or 20th century media. But really what we're talking about is unidirectional or top-down media, whether print or radio or TV. This was more or less the working model for dominant media until the early 2000s. And you can see here, I'm sorry this is in English, but maybe our wonderful simul translators can also read this in German. So we have the event stimulus, that's an art exhibition or a news event. The critic journalist writes about it. The legacy media validates it, publishing it to the public sphere, where it is received by the audience. And really, the critic journalist is part of this public sphere, but for the sake of a diagram, you know, all models are wrong, some are just more or less useful. We have it organized this way. Oops.
If we were to draw a structural diagram of the public sphere in the age of 24/7 digitally networked global media, we might end up with something like Benjamin Bratton's 20 Teens diagram of the stack as a more useful model. In other words, it is no longer a shared physical room, but layers of physical and digital containers and protocols that together give the illusion of a shared digital space. And in this Bratton model of the stack, media is fundamentally not linear. It is holographic, or perhaps even just a kind of amorphous slime or lubricant that allows information to be transmitted across the layers.
In turn, this means that there is effectively no longer a mainstream. Media is now dispersed. I mean, as we see, you know, this is the American West. Any dam needs a large force of water behind it and an altitude drop to generate power. But most content now is created and published either before it reaches a legacy media reservoir or it transpires well downstream from the legacy gates. You could think of content maybe as having evaporated from the mainstream, stored and circulated via the so-called cloud, where it can be precipitated and devirtualized by anyone at any time.
A quick word about the cloud. We may think of the cloud as being everywhere, but in fact, the cloud is a non-place. The cloud is nowhere. The cloud is a fantasy of a homogeneous, largely English-speaking planet where geographic, historical, and cultural differences are subsumed by an individual freedom untethered from local realities. Imagining yourself flying through a cloud offers a good metaphor, as our skydiver is doing here, with all sense of scale and direction erased by an endless glowing fog. You can move effortlessly anywhere you like without ever being oriented to exactly where you are.
But more accurately and literally, of course, the cloud exists within populated places as data centers and cable hubs and is deliberately unlisted. The cloud is not a physical common space like the Paris Salon, right? And as we'll show, it's not a digital commons either. Okay, but we digress. We want to take a minute and diagram what this shift from linear to nonlinear media looks like. In a way, you all know this story already, but I think there's value in giving us a common visual model to hold in mind during this conference. So linear media looks like this. And the place where legacy media releases information to its audience is the key zone. This is the proverbial mainstream dam. This is the PowerPoint and is where advertising or sponsorship credit lines and critique have coexisted for the past 2 centuries.
In linear media, there's a very clear attention zone. This zone is valuable for everyone involved. It exists as an energy point with a shared common space or public sphere.
But linear media's power starts to visibly atrophy by the early 2010s as smartphones become ubiquitous and Web 2 social media platforms prioritize their mobile apps. You now have the rise of the citizen journalist. Think Tahrir Square, think Occupy Wall Street, who, with smartphones in hand and 3G-enabled Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, and Vine, have everything that a journalist needs to self-publish her own small stream. The legacy media and the brands that communicate via these mainstream channels circa 2012, they want to believe that their official attention zone is the only one that really matters, right? They're the professional attention zone, the only one with true gravitas.
But of course, this is less true with every passing day. Attention is fracturing, and readers are increasingly likely to first encounter a piece of legacy media reposted and re-editorialized by another user on social media.
So at this point, we're thinking or kidding ourselves that mostly chronological and that legacy media and big platforms are a virtual public sphere. We're thinking about it as that kind of space. But at this point, social media is still mostly chronological, and it's still mostly populated by people that we actually know or know of. But if we take Habermas's conception of the public sphere, i.e., as a place where private individuals come together to debate matters of the state and the economy, unencumbered by their professional identities, we have a fundamental problem. In 2009, Twitter instituted the blue check mark, verifying the identity of public figures. Public figures, journalists, politicians, celebs, would then appear on social media in their official capacity. Now, this isn't terribly different from an IRL situation when a celeb has maybe courtside seats at a basketball game, American reference, but you know. They are by default appearing in official capacity.
But as blue checks start using social media as their primary venue, the epic merging of Kim Kardashian and Kanye West as it played out on social media platforms is arguably more memorable than any single episode of Keeping Up with the Kardashians. Private persons are also nudged to engage in professional capacities.
So we may wonder why an elite journalist would start splitting their energy between legacy media and lowly social media. In part, this is because in the eyes of legacy media, which is starting to feel its status slipping, you know, as the teens start going on.
Or maybe been. Yeah,
or maybe been. Journalists with higher social media numbers have more security in their legacy media jobs. Validated by the mega platforms, they are perceived as more valuable by legacy media. And at this point, legacy media actually needs the network effects of big on social media journalists to drive traffic to their own sites. But there's another reason why journalists are increasingly splitting their energy between paid legacy media jobs and social media. Massive decline in journalistic pay. In the 1960s, top magazines, okay, only a handful, but top magazines would pay what is adjusted for 2022 inflation, $10 US a word for a premiere feature.
Also adjusted for 2022 inflation, I think that's just 10 euros a word
yeah,
as well.
Exactly, probably is. By the 1980s, Condé Nast would pay top writers what is, again, adjusted for inflation, $6 a word. So your 3,000 word feature would pay $18,000. Let's say you write 2 major features a year, that's $36K, and let's say you adjunct teach, bringing in maybe $60,000 a year. That's like at least a modest, livable, middle-class income, especially if you're living outside of New York or London, right? Today, the rate for top journalists in the top magazines pays $3 a word. Most pay far less. According to various articles addressing the devaluation of journalism, the going rate is about 25 cents per word. This is roughly the rate The Guardian pays, for instance, 150 for about 600 words, maybe more. Many magazines cash-strap themselves, never actually pay, as we can attest, sending exclusive merch instead, or promising list spots at high-profile parties, which you're going to pay your own, plane, flight, and hotel. In any case, $150 for about 600 words. Meanwhile, in academia, there used to be a kind of meritocratic creed where doing it for the money was crass, and writing instead in the name of discourse, regardless of pay, would advantageously position you for academic jobs, editorial board seats, and other professional opportunities. But over the past 10 years, the entire system has broken down. For more academic regions, the pool of meritocratic rewards has dwindled, in part because of older generations remaining in their teaching positions later in age, thereby opening fewer spaces for younger scholars. In part because institutions themselves have grown weaker in the wake of social media and their validation is less compelling. And in part because public funding for the arts has shrunk, at least in America. I know it's not quite as severe here, but still, it has shrunk. And, or it's been directed towards specific diversity, equity, inclusion initiatives, which is great. However, it further narrows the range of what could potentially be funded. Meanwhile, the low pay in other journalistic regions has led to a decline in quality, as good writers literally cannot afford to take on these assignments. The brain drain from the industry has resulted in weaker discourse and a pervasive sense that being a writer or journalist is not even a real job. Because, let's face it, as a writer, you would need to pen roughly 365 Guardian articles a year to clear an annual income of $55,000. And if there's a Guardian person in the audience who wants to correct me on the statistic, I would love to know that, but that's what we found through our research. Do you write
365 articles
No,
a year?
I mean, obviously it's totally impossible. Okay, so writers looking to maximize their return on investment will share their legacy media work in parallel to social media, engaging with commenters and other blue checks to grow the article's traction and to grow their own algorithmic visibility. Web2 platforms reward engagement with greater exposure in hopes of being considered for other more lucrative gigs.
This leads to a phenomenon called audience capture. Paid in attention, the critic becomes captured by their audience and prioritizes subject matter that maximizes attention, retains or pleases an existing audience, and especially does not jeopardize their reputation. We used to criticize writers who would write a fawning catalog essay for a mediocre artist if paid a high enough fee. Yet today we applaud writers who get maximal attention for so-called positions that we know are ideological and driven by an intentionally valuable mimetic wave. And it's not so much that one colleague has a bad take, it's that this protocol, the physics, is contributing to an environment where no work is truly valued and no one can truly think.
Okay, this is obviously a ridiculous slide, but however we map the flows of information across to name media outlets now, the resulting visual is going to be completely untenable. I was reading recently that ride-sharing and delivery apps will soon be implementing programmatic advertising alongside light editorial content. So we already have retail outlets generating marketing material formatted as legacy print magazines, and suffice it to say that media no longer functions linearly. This is compliments of do not research Joshua Citarella, this emoji, so credits due. Media no longer functions linearly, and so by extension, neither can criticism. So it's really important. This is the world in which your criticism exists. It's not tenable. So, oh yeah, should I say this now? I forget. Oh yeah, the working title for this presentation was, Do You Know Where You Live? In the sense that before one can know where they stand, wo stehst du, Kollege, famous Immendorf, one must first know where they live, what the physics are for the world they inhabit. Before you can take a position, you have to know what you're standing on, right? Okay, so to recap.
Content no longer flows linearly. Media has become holographic. Content is cheap. Audience capture is real. So where therein can the critic stand?
Wo stehst du, Kollege, in another sense. So, and we should be quicker because I think we have only 10 minutes. Oh my gosh. Okay, so how does, so if that was aiming at establishing the transition to nonlinear media, and what that's done to the public sphere, now we want to think about what happens to a piece of content or criticism as it flows through this holographic web. I'm not so sure you can see it, but we tried to put VR masks on all of these Paris salon visitors, so that's what that is. Anyway, here is a widely circulated image of two Stop Oil activists at London's National Gallery. You all know the story. The activists have thrown tomato soup onto the protective glass of a painting and superglued their hands to the museum's wall. The painting, of course, is by Van Gogh, one of the most famous of his 1888 Sunflower series. Looked great in the 80s too, though. This direct action is not critiquing the painting, not directly, and nor is it really critiquing accumulated wealth, although maybe that's like a vibration of this. Rather, it uses the iconicity of Van Gogh's sunflowers to amplify Stop Oil's message, imbuing Stop Oil's message with maximally mediagenic traction. To be sure, it instrumentalizes and thereby endorses the painting's mimetic power as a way of ensuring visibility of Stop Oil protesters' own message. And we say this not to place any judgment on the activists. We have no strong opinions about their protest. What we think is interesting is how well it demonstrates the underlying truth of how criticism, how a piece of critical content circulates today. So, in a media system where
criticism is neither independently valued nor efficiently distributed, many critical acts operate according to this logic, to a greater or lesser degree.
And, wait, where are we? Okay. So in a media system where attention is deeply fractured, high recognition entities become a kind of public commons, an algorithmically successful sign capable of linking the largest number of informational attentional silos. So you can extrapolate this outward to how legacy media entities program content. For instance, Beyoncé has, to date, been nominated for more than 1,000 awards. Like, her awards have their own Wikipedia pages. I actually counted to 1,000 and then I stopped. And I think she was nominated for the new Grammys too. Anyway, her awards have their, at this point, she is the one who's now giving credibility to the award shows. And it's the same way with a piece of content. A piece of content that's powerful enough lends credibility and traction to the publication. In any case, so we might think of Beyoncé as a place, one that is conceptually distinct from the state. She is a site in the form of a hashtag or keyword for the production and circulation of discourses that can, in principle, be critical of the state. Algorithmically, Beyoncé becomes a place, a data set that is shared by a comparatively large and diverse group of people. According to the laws of the platform, the most valuable criticism is similar to the most attentionally valuable art, content that can be instrumentalized for downstream parties to maximize visibility and increase social standing.
I want to do a quick comparison here. Pokemon Go is a multiplayer online augmented reality mobile game which uses real-world events and locations as the arena for gameplay or engagement. But I also think about Twitter and Instagram working in this exact same way. In both, you interact with other real-world events and users. In both, the platform rewards your engagement, how long you spend on it. However, in one, you collect small monsters called Pokemon, and in the other, you collect followers. In Pokemon Go, you use Pokeballs to catch the monsters. On Twitter and Instagram, you use content to catch followers.
Right. Well, criticism requires a certain set of conditions to function. It needs enough space for complexity and, or per Habermas, a space that's built for discursive relations, not market relations. It needs a theater for debating and deliberating rather than buying and selling. But social media is, by its structure, built around attention market relations. We are not private persons in this space. Platform physics and gamification require us to align with the platform's interests. And any activity going against the platform's interests, as some in this room probably already know, the platform will devalue, punishing the offending user with warning, shadow banning, deleted posts, suspensions, or full-out bans.
Excuse me for going fast here, but I think we have to. Ported to social media, a critique must align with the platform interests through compression. Otherwise, it'll be rendered invisible or prohibited outright. Compression discards everything but the thesis of a critique, so it becomes a slogan, aphorism, or infographic. And once posted, the compressed critique not only informs or just communicates, it serves as a script that executes engagement. The more divisive a critique, the more engagement it will receive, and the more likely it is to spark a flywheel of algorithmic amplification. But compression often results in strange and unintended interpretations downstream. For instance, when an important and nuanced argument is reduced to a essentializing buzzword, it can be appropriated and deployed to add emphasis or viral power to any unrigorous argument. We see this, for example, with the ever-growing hashtagable calls to decolonize, which sometimes ignore cultural and geographic nuances, as noted by philosopher Olufemi Taiwo. Similarly, there can be an inherent coloniality of the LGBTQI categorical framework when it's being downloaded from the Anglophone cloud into certain cultures where fluid sexual identity that didn't ask for nor need these Western categories. This is discussed by Jordanian academic Joseph Massad. How do you write LGBTQI in a non-Latin script? Decolonizing the cloud seems like a very worthy project. And on social media, criticism can serve as a substrate for sport politic, dopamine and adrenaline-charged gamified debate, essentializing or universalizing hot takes, scolding and outrage between adversarial ideological teams. And it all takes place in the orientationless nowhere of the cloud in front of a numberless, often anonymous audience. As I mentioned in our introduction, the physics of a platform shapes everything within it and emerging from it. Critique and discourse on social media will always be compressed and compromised, warped and shaped by the platform physics.
Effectively, this game of compressed critique and sport politic becomes a stand-in for the critical sphere. In this scenario, we see the critic dutifully writing a thoughtful critique in a legacy publication. They're out of the loop, while social media-propelled takes garner popular attention. Legacy publications, meanwhile, will either accept a position of lower traction or will try to engage with debates that have viral potential. Effectively, though, Web 2 social media becomes the medium via which the entire legacy apparatus runs. And as we know, Web 2 platforms profit from user engagement, regardless of the quality of the content. On these platforms, high visibility becomes the marker of critical success.
But a desire to escape from these platform physics, and by extension, the physics of capital, has driven the growing decentralized dark forest ecosystems of publishing, discourse, criticism, and collecting too.
Increasingly, we see channels developing beyond the index ClearNet, and by that we mean the main social media platforms, anything that can, anything that's Google searchable, say.
So we see this on Discord, WhatsApp, Telegram, Signal, and Substack.
And we see this both among artist groups like Do Not Research or New Models, but we also see this among collectors. Social media is draining, limiting, exposing, and unchic. I mean, a lot of art advisors and gallerists would much rather just have a DM group with their collectors than post their show on Instagram. It's quite embarrassing, actually. So you can see this graph here where you see two worlds departing from the ClearNet space. Right, but this move from ClearNet to dark forest has some challenges of its own, primarily the fact that it isolates off-platform communities. While Web 2 is a false commons, no clear digital commons yet exists, or has yet to be broadly adopted beyond social media. Meanwhile, the experience of being on Web 2 is increasingly alienating, as bots, suggested accounts, and ads populated by programmatic advertising protocols fill an ever larger part of the Web 2 space. There is this increasing sense of emptiness.
Of course, there's a view from which this move to smaller, more local online communities appears as a further breakdown of our public sphere. But then one must ask, for what citizens is the public sphere of social media for? Citizens of the cloud? Is the cloud a state? If so, it's a corporatocracy located nowhere and thus chiefly serving discussions related to the politics of its own simulation-bound existence. When it comes to our earthbound reality, the public sphere informed by legacy media has been hollowed out, and the illusion of a commons we are now left with is that of a cloud state where nobody actually lives.
When it comes to art criticism, social media is not where the conversation should be happening. Critical discourse must be insulated from aims of scaling audience and the metrics of clicks and engagement. Discourse that is pegged to the attention economy cannot be autonomous, let alone truly critical. Challenging discourse cannot succeed in the scale game of social media, and that should be fine.
The fact that social media prioritizes the metrics of attention and invisibilizes all others is well-worn territory. And judging art by these metrics is strange indeed. According to ArtNet's top 300 most popular artists measured by clicks, 2 photographers from the 1980s known for their Vaseline lens shots of nude adolescent girls remain the internet's 2 favorite artists, apparently, followed by Sally Mann and Diane Arbus and Andy Warhol. Within this attention economy, more spectacular and limbically charged art criticism and activism does succeed, largely around products of undoing. Think of the scandal surrounding Documenta, Berlin Biennale, and the past 2 Whitney biennials. We do not wish to question the merit of these projects, but we do question what will fill the vacuum left after so much undoing, such as in the critical canon, when the neoliberal digital cloud by its nature seems to flow in and fill every vacuum with its own capital-driven emptiness. Amid all this undoing, cultural criticism could benefit from some rebuilding, particularly in regards to its own currency. Is there a way to create a signal powerful enough to have influence within the attention economy without being warped by its physics? We think there is, by making art criticism a place where people want to be after an alienating COVID lockdown spent alone in the cloud. Our project New Models is a place, a virtual place, but we also devirtualize it to show that the community indeed exists. And Arts of the Working Class, a Berlin-based street newspaper publishing texts in multiple languages, gives a place to a distributed multinational community.
While every arts institution is also a place, they often are not at liberty to move with agility. And so one of the most valuable things they can do is to support the organic dark forests that are their digital and oftentimes geographic neighbors. To look not just for individual artists that fit certain bureaucratic social initiatives, but for artist communities, or even just creative communities, which are very often organically diverse.
Legacy institutions have real estate, and legacy media have the means of platformless production. If these entities can pair with dark forest communities outside of Web 2 physics, if they can support devirtualizing generative digital local communities, then they can help to connect isolated digital enclaves by holding space for them apart from the cloud.
We might ask what the next era of media will be. Our hope is that we can think about dark forest communities as media.
This conference, of course, is a great example of making criticism a place people want to be. Notably, Kolja had the brilliant idea that this place of art criticism should have an after party with bang techno till 3 a.m. That is one way you make it a place people want to be. And now that you know the stakes, you all have to stay to the end. Because FOMO, fear of missing out, has a strong pull in the attention economy. It's a slower burn than posting about NFTs, rest in peace, but FOMO is how the real reminds the simulated which one truly has higher resolution, which one has 5 senses, and which has a paltry 2. By rebuilding a rich, interesting, and exciting public sphere that is driven by communities rather than the cloud, criticism can regain the intrigue and influence it's been losing when it started to forget where it lived.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Carly. Thank you, Julian. That was amazing. That was fast. I don't know how you feel. I have one question before we sit down, the 3 of us. If I can choose one slide.
Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Any, here.
Could it be
Don't escape.
2022?
2022?
Because there was a lot to look at, and it would be interesting.
Is this the hell
about
slide?
it in detail.
This or this?
The white one.
Okay. Oh, God,
wow.
I'm sorry.
This is where we live, right?
It's Carly's masterpiece.
As far as I understood. Maybe we make like ginger, blonde ginger.
Sure.
Yeah,
sure.
good idea.
Thank you.
Okay.
Amazing. I mean, my train. I'm talking about trains because people were stuck in trains yesterday.
Our train was like that yesterday.
My brain was trained with your podcast over the past 2 years. I learned so much about NFTs, about how the public sphere changed. You have such an amazing roster of people you invite. We stole a few from you, not many, but like Joshua Citarella, who's talking later in the panel about memes versus museums, who just had a rest upstairs after coming in from New York. He was also recently in your podcast.
Yeah.
And don't think of New Models as a podcast that accelerates everything. I mean, those guys are talking really quick and fast. But you could, for example, also hear Joshua Citarella make like a strong statement for museums and institutions.
Yeah.
And being a public institution in Germany usually means you're a federal institution. You're paid by the city, by the federal state. This institution is paid by all the federal states and managed by the central state, which for us, setting up discursive programs like Studio Bonn always puts up the question, what kind of lens do we look through? What questions can we raise? Having you as an example for a dark forest ambition in the central institution is great to open this conference. That's what I quickly wanted to say. There's occasion to ask questions in about 5 minutes, but I have like 2 questions to Carly and Julian.
Sorry.
Is this the reason why the last summer was very stressful for many people? Is this the reason why it was hard to speak about judgments about Documenta or even to agree on what kind of object Documenta is, what its shape is, what its responsibilities are? Is this the reason that it's hard to even relate to the same object?
I would say absolutely. I mean, somebody said before the Russian war in Ukraine escalated that Ukraine felt like a kind of porridge because the communication systems were so unclear and there were so many different messages and counter messages. And that was like this kind of hell one had to endure, of course, before the material hell that broke out. And not to compare the two, obviously that situation is far more severe, but I think that sense of porridge does describe...
What, sorry?
Porridge, like oatmeal.
Bertram muesli.
Yeah, Bertram muesli.
Yeah.
It's like, that's like our media reality. And I don't think we know how to value things. I think we all feel devalued in that space. I mean, of course, speaking as someone whose like career has been invested in this for a long time, but I don't think we can think clearly. And I do think it's a real crisis. And that we only find clarity within groups, physical groups that we can know, that we can interact with in real space, ideally.
Or, I mean, just smaller online groups where there's really mutual trust and disagreement can end with like a resolution or a new understanding, I think. I think one thing that was interesting about Carly undertaking this project is I don't think most people wouldn't even attempt to map this because it's sort of a Sisyphean task to try anyways. It is impossible actually, I think, or we'd need a much bigger screen. But once you do just take a moment to try to map the flows of influence, incentives, like the physics, as I call it, and how it actually works, and where all these nudges are coming from, you really start to be aware of how the social media platforms shape our discussion, and also makes discussions with a bit more conflict and nuance and a lot of valid differing opinions, like the conversations around Documenta. It's a terrible venue for it because there's too many exploits, I think, that actually aren't good for discussion or critique that can be enacted and often are. I mean, they're very easy and people can get rewarded by them, but they're not helpful to critique. It's just a wrong,
I thought about exits. I thought about counterexamples while listening to you, and I thought about exit strategies. You presented one, and we are in the middle of it, I guess.
Yeah.
Like option A. Option B, stay at home, put out your phone, buy a newspaper, sit down and read the newspaper. That was something that wasn't really having a place in your presentation. And especially in relation to Documenta, I always think about this Die Zeit article that came out just 5 days after Taring Padi's scandalous, weird, until today not really explained, huge painting was revealed and then
Removed.
clad and disassembled. Die Zeit had in the culture section in the Feuilleton on page 1 a long article showing the whole thing with the cloth also hiding half of it, and a really like slow contextualization of everything, like telling about the background, how it was made, what is actually to see on the painting. They didn't mention so much the other racist depictions that also were on this painting, but there was an image description without like making a final judgment, like, and just having this material laid out and having it put in a place slowly created a different space of like calming down and really thinking about it. So could one exit out of this script that you talked about, that criticism is taking place in, just be like the classic discipline of criticism, description? Like slow, patient description of things?
I mean, in a vacuum, of course, that's the ideal. But I don't think we live in a world where that's going to be possible for any majority, a bourgeois majority, a student majority. I just don't think that that's a realistic expectation. I think it's an ideal, and we can think of ways of creating instances of it. Like, for instance, any dark forest, whether that's an academic group or whether that's an artist group, they can create their own publications that function according to that. But I think en masse, I don't think we can put the genie back in the bottle. So, but yes, that is the ideal. I really appreciate the written description of a work of art. I mean, it's why I love Thomas Crowe's work, right? I mean, it's just like butter reading his description of these old masters. It's amazing, right? And you engage with the painting so much, or the artwork so much differently. But I don't think it's realistic en masse. But I don't know.
It was just a try.
Yeah, it's a great.
Are there
should be
any
the
questions
ideal.
from the audience? I think we have about 5 minutes left to the next break. We have a microphone in the middle, in the front. Please come up front. Yeah, I'm really sorry that you have to make all the way. Yeah, you can take anyway. You can walk around.
Does it work? Yeah.
All right, we have one here.
Thank you for this very dense speech you made, very fast. You were training my English very much. Thank you. Nevertheless, I'll ask myself if it doesn't go too far. In fact, to me, your speech was describing the nowadays communication sphere as a whole, and the media sphere, and in a sense, but we're dealing about a very, very tiny fraction of that, which is art critic. Art, not only the arts, fine arts, but also any other theater, music, and so on, which has always been limited to a very small part of the public, which has always been published in either legacy media, as you call them, we call them Leitmedien in Germany, or in very specialized elitist media with a very small number of circulation. So I wonder if this graphic we can see in behind of you isn't erroneous, because 3/4 of that, what you're showing to us, does not refer to art critic. That refers to mass media, to the general public, to how themes today are said and reposted and commented and so on, but has nothing to do with art critic. So could you please try to focus the range of your ideas a little bit more on art criticism in sui generis, and not only speaking about new models? Thank you.
Yes, I mean, thank you for your question. And because it gives me an opportunity to say that the value of that small sliver, that like elite aspirational sliver, was contingent on it in the wider popular imaginary having a kind of cachet. I mean, we can think of like any cinematic depiction of the art world that's depicting the 50s or the 60s or the 70s or the 80s or the 90s, always shows the art world as this highly desirable, even if sometimes like, you know, spoofed or like caricatured zone of intense value production. I would argue that due to this media environment, that's no longer the case. And I know that that's probably not a popular take, but I do not think, especially among younger people, that the art world is like a very seductive place with a lot of cachet. I think that because of this, it has been massively diffused, and I don't think that you know, that image we had of the dam and how there was a PowerPoint and how linear media enabled that PowerPoint, it also enabled that kind of cachet around an art world. And I just don't think that exists. I don't think there is like a Cologne of the 90s right now that is gate-kept by legacy media. I just don't think there is. I would love to know about it. So, and maybe this is my barrier with languages. Probably it does exist in certain cultures, but in our Western, Americanized, colonial, you know, like exported, digital exported cloud, I don't see it. And I mourn it because it was something I grew up with. So that's why we chose not to speak about a small sliver. But I know it's not the case for everybody. We're just speaking about what we've experienced.
I mean, I would also say, though, as it was a small sliver and sort of in these specialist journals or certain legacy publications, I mean, the idea or the aspiration would always be to have it reach more people, right?
Well, that was the dream of the aughts. With like the art world was like you know, a handmaiden to globalization, and that was something that, while of course empire is scary and bad, we should be excited about having a global art community. And of course, it is exciting. It is exciting to be, you know, communicating with our Chinese counterparts. That's like really cool. That's a great thing. It felt, you know, the Hans Ulrich Obrist, the Molly Nesbitts, the Okwi and Weezors, this idea that we exist in a global society. So that was the aspiration that our generation in particular identified with. And when that didn't work out, there was a great loss.
Well, yeah, I also think, though, in our conclusion, I mean, what we're suggesting, honestly, is a way of bringing sort of more rigorous or sincere good art criticism actually to a broader audience, where we kind of leapfrog the subject a bit, but it also presents a way to both sort of maintain the rigor of this sort of specialized practice, but also expand it to more people by making it a sexier place, a place with 3 a.m. parties. Thank you.
Is there like, sorry, is there an audience question? Please. I was quick asking the next question, but just so exciting being a former art critic myself.
Hi, hello everybody. First of all, new codex shout out.
Oh,
right.
And I wanted to ask you about the economic base of cultural production, because you were talking about how the dynamics of the Web 2 platforms are basically because of like, okay, the dynamics of capital accumulation. And if I understand you correctly, you kind of like suggest return to like a federally funded, or like in some cases philanthropic model through the cooperation with museums, and that museums could like help bootstrap dark forest communities. And is that what you're suggesting? Or maybe like, I mean, I know you're also invested in this like Web3 community funding structure with Channel, and what are your thoughts maybe on other paths for alternative economic structures for cultural production, like suggested in Internet for the People by Ben Tarnoff, Platform Socialism by James Muldoon, or maybe in like a long shot connected to the Vergesellschaftungsbewegung, like movement for socialization of different kind of infrastructures in Germany. And yeah.
Communalization, you could say, maybe say.
Communalization.
Right?
I mean, I say everything as if anything that you can access is fair game. And I think community funded is fantastic because in our experience, when subscribers become members, they then have like a conceptual investment in the project and contribute in a way that's invaluable, like that goes even further in a sense than their dollars. I think that a lot of institutions, especially in Europe, they do have budgets that are already allocated or already there to be allocated. So why not connect dark forests and institutions? They need programming. Dark forests need some kind of baseline support that allows them to do more, even just to connect with other dark forests, right? So those two are good. Web3, I mean, we're going through a weird period with crypto, but I do think that the mechanics of Web3 will do some really interesting things in terms of allowing us to find each other and to organize ourselves.
Things that have nothing to do with speculation.
Things that have nothing to do with speculation.
Clear, the most boring part that no one ever really hears about is actually the most interesting.
And the idea of owning a token, having that token like appreciate as a community appreciates, I mean, that's still fair game, but to do it in a speculative way, I think is dead in the water.
Yeah, but I mean, really what you're talking about with platform socialism and all of these, the ideas and the ideas being developed around other ways of funding communities and making it sort of taking back the internet away from these like centralized behemoths with these really toxic physics, I think is like really, really important work that should have more attention and does need to be done. I think it was just too big of a box for us to open with this talk.
It's super interesting territory. Like, would love
and
to
incredibly important.
Yeah, exactly, incredibly important.
I can recommend the Studio Bonn recording of Who Controls the Bundeskunsthalle when Hito Style had minted the Bundeskunsthalle as NFT in the name of the people and brought two blockchain collectives, Department of Decentralization and Other Internet, who also Dena Yago, who speaks later, who works with.
Yeah.
And they presented models of blockchain governance for cultural institutions. We also had our CEO presenting how such an institution like this works and how complicated it is, the system of checks and balances with the government. And we also saw the limits of connecting dark forest and the public institution. Like, we are bound by law to work on that old model of like broadcasting our content, also via social media, hoping for an audience to come and buy tickets. The thing that the dynamics that you talk about is like diffusing or like distributing producer and consumer or ownership, right? Like, give people like a share in the platform you're building. That's also what you're trying to do with Channel, who we cannot go into far enough. But that's what I understand from you, like to really get people out of quiet quitting attitudes.
Yeah.
They need incentives, right?
Yeah.
And they need maybe also incentives in a kind of gamified surrounding where they feel they can build something, no?
I think depending. I don't want to do a cosine of gamification without knowing the details.
Right.
But I mean, I would say maybe something more generally though to mention is that, I mean, Elon Musk bought Twitter and is running it into the ground. Zuck had a delusion of the metaverse being something people wanted, and everyone was like not interested, and now he's running Meta into the ground. I mean, this is a time that really, in far more ways than the internet or social media, it feels like a bit apocalyptic, or very much like things are collapsing, and that from this stage things will be rebuilt. But it's that very early stage, I think, where the opportunity to do so is here. And I think, when it comes to actually concrete, what is going to succeed, what models are going to be the best to deploy, we're still in an experimentation phase.
I'm so excited for the next 10 days also, especially for the take of John Miller and Julieta Aranda, who will have a one-on-one keynote on the 25th in Berlin and have their own take, I think, on how the platform economy has changed criticism. Or like, where's the public sphere in the metaverse with Hito Style and Matt Dryhurst and Niklas Mark, who just wrote a book on server farms. I thought of this when I showed the architecture, chaired by Joshua Citarella. What we thought, like why we do this conference, is also the public sphere
emerged out of like scholarly conversations about literature, art, and theater, right? Like before political judgment was distributed in parliaments and voting, it was distributed in cafes, like bourgeois dark forests, you could call them. If today many things feel like perspectives is being lost, or like you don't really know what things mean and they get blurry. I had that feeling at Art Cologne this week. Could criticism and could like the engaged conversation about what we actually have in front of us and the development of perspectives, could that help? Like to give a fundament, to have any judgment at all?
I think a lot of podcasts try to do
it's
that.
a question for the place of the arts in the public, right? Kind of. Yeah.
Are you asking like what venue would be the space for criticism, or are you just asking does criticism to have like a place? Because yes, of course, absolutely it does.
It's like, I mean, I put a question, but it's maybe like a rhetorical question.
Yeah.
There's no perspective without criticism, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Little Internet will also be DJing tonight.
Yes.
From 12 after Eric de Klerk at Judgment Night. And thank you both very much.
Cool.
We will go back to the Barbara Kruger work, Cast of Characters, which we hadn't mentioned before, which is the usual background. Cast of Characters was first used also in a conference format in Kunsthalle Wien in 2014, so also all credits due. In the breaks, you see another work by Barbara Kruger, which is called Untitled Art Forum. And we want to thank Barbara Kruger and Gallery Sprüth Magers for being able to use it. Enjoy the break and see you here in the room at 4:30 for crowd-based judgment versus expert judgment, chaired by Elke Buhr of Monopol Magazine. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Das ist die 10. 10, die 10, die 10. Ja, ja, ja. Check, check, check. 10, 10, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ja, das ist die 10. Die 10. 1, 2, 3.
Now
I would like to welcome you to the second part of this day. And I would like to try to provide a transition to what we heard before in the introduction. Because we should bear in mind that Cousin Busta is the editor-in-chief of Text of Kunst. So actually this is a professional and independent digital platform which was created by the new media. And now, so to speak, we would like to have a look at a different trend resulting from this that is called judgment versus expert judgment. So that, as a matter of principle, the social media have raised the producers and the critics to a different type of input, and we may wonder whether this is a democratization of art and what makes it different from populism and what is the position of scholars, or is populism part of democracy or its opposite. And Imran Kurt, the editor-in-chief of Monopoly since 2016, but she'd worked for it before. Before she wrote articles in the art section of Frankfurter Rundschau and in other print media, and also a radio essayist and feature author. And she will chair the discussion. And now when I prepared this day, it again occurred to me that, for instance, she wrote articles about the matriarchal pop revolution, or now on the occasion of the art colonia, that is the award issued to Moldova Pride. She has always considered and discussed about these problems, because we just had the question, what is art criticism in terms of the documenta, and she always placed the focus on the content of art and the context in which it is exhibited and how it is installed. And recently she had a very interesting and controversial discussion with Robert Ullrich, and I'm looking forward to the next round. Thank you very much indeed for being here as a chairwoman. I'm looking forward to this very exciting panel about crowd judgment versus expert judgment. And right away I would like to briefly introduce the panel to you, those sitting here. That is on your far left, Wolfgang Ullrich, a historian of art living in Leipzig, and is one of the most renowned authors of art theory, and he's always willing to explain phenomena of the present, for instance the liaison of power and art, or how itself can be categorized in terms of the history of art. Only one of the many things he has written about, and at Wagenbach together with Katrin Kurroth, he is the editor of a series of books about the digital picture or image culture. We are very happy to have you. Then Julia Grosse. She's also an art critic, author and co-founder of the platform Contemporary Ant, dealing with art from Africa or the African diaspora, and she is a lecturer at the University of Sciences in of Arts in Berlin, and she's also a member of the Gropius organization. Next to me, Christian Demann. He's a journalist and musician, which is very interesting, but probably in the first place he is a philosopher, and he wrote his themes about shame on the Philistines, was about art criticism, and so I read this thesis very intensively, and I learned a lot about my own self-image. And since 2012 he's been the editor of the traditional culture journal Mercure. So legacy media as such, that is almost exclusively legacy media, if we want to categorize it according to the prior speakers. We are going to talk about critique, about criticism as it is now, that is expert judgment versus crowd judgment. And perhaps I should start as follows. That is, perhaps we should again try to remember what in the first place we needed experts for, and this relationship, which may now being eroded by the social media, that is, how did this system work? And I would first like to ask this question of Christian Demann. Now then, I will try to be brief. Yes, absolutely. Well, in the prior presentation, we could see a large image picture showing an exhibition back from 1785, I think, with lots of paintings, that is hundreds and hundreds of paintings from the floor to the ceiling in huge rooms. And it actually very much resembled the last pictures, the last depictions, which were meant to illustrate the current complex situation. And well, I could see that even at that time it was so complex that critics had to try to differentiate it because of this huge offer, and they had to find a common point for a public discussion. So questions, providing questions on the basis of which such a discussion can start, on which it can be continued. And well, we had to reduce the complexity to do this. And what is so interesting about this is that this already existed then, according to the French Academy of Arts. Artists themselves felt that they knew much more about this than ever a critic, male critic. That time there were no female critics, I'm afraid. And this is how criticism started, how it began as a phenomena when people, amateurs, and in the view of experts, became involved in the academy. That is, they assumed the right to be critics and they wanted to pass judgment. And as far as these framework conditions are concerned, well, they haven't changed very much up to now, even if the conditions in public are now completely different. So, critic as a sort of entitlement or arrogance. So, often they thought it was very aspirational. And the question arose whether we really need criticism, or we could assume that people were in agreement on what the purpose of art was, and this agreement existed for a while in the form of a large institution, that is the Academy of the Visual Arts in Paris. And it had also a very beneficial arrangement, that is, it actually provided the only public exhibitions. And at that time, when somebody stood up and said, "No, I do not believe that with your hierarchy, that is, with your judgments, you are right. No, I claim that I can also pass judgment." And maybe the hour of birth of art criticism, and well, that was the basic situation, the original situation on the basis of which criticism arose. Julia, why do we need experts in criticism? Well, I think I can continue this idea, this train of thought. Because we're talking about the crowd, perhaps we should first define what the crowd is. No, the crowd as critics, as a sort of new phenomenon, also within the context of social media and so forth. So, actually, this is not quite correct, because the crowd in the past, or also in the remote past, played a certain role. For instance, L'Exploration des Refusés in Paris in 1867, that is, where it was the crowd which provided a legitimation for a devastating critique. And people were standing in front of Manet and the then strange painters, and they laughed their heads off. And this laughing as a sign of power, laughing at art at that time, that was seen as a sort of legitimization for a very negative judgment about these works of art. And I had a look at this, actually, I studied this. That is as scorching reviews in the history of art. That is, the public, that is, the majority of society had a voice then, not as today, but anyway, at that time, the basic attitude, the non-understanding of the avant-garde art at that time, And that was a component of the time. And actually, I think that was quite interesting, very exciting. And in this post-war period of the history of art, the audience had sort of disappeared. And you always thought that the critic is just having a discussion with the oeuvre or the piece of art. And so in this respect, we can say that people always played a role. And I would make another difference, another differentiation, because it's a somewhat bold hypothesis. But the majority, or let's rather say many people, judge it's good or bad. And a critic wants to try and interpret a work of art, or wants to go more into depth, which the crowd is not interested in. The crowd will just say, I like it or I do not like it. Perhaps you could discuss about that, what your view of this is. So your hypothesis is that the crowd wants to pass judgment, but critics will first want to interpret and explain. And they tend towards this. And it's not about an interpretation or the interpreting authority, but I understand what I'm seeing. And this may not be so when crowds go to exhibition. Well, there aren't any crowds anyway, but I think they do not try to understand it. They just say, I like it or I do not like it. It's still so today, nowadays. And you can also apply this to other things, films and so on. When we say whether crowd, a crowd, it says so here in the title, crowd and the individual expert. I mean, what are the intersections here? And these are your popular media films, or the new Beyoncé album, which is also reviewed in the culture section of a paper where an expert writes about it. So I would say that everybody has a somewhat different angle of the work of art. And this may again then rescue art criticism, because the interpretation is what the crowd is not really interested in. We will actually rescue art criticism only at the very end. And first, we are still pessimistic in terms of culture. Wolfgang Ullrich. What did we need the expert for at that time, when we still needed expert? What is this personality? Well, or this sort of expertise, this art criticism, I mean, it was developed when the modern art system developed with the museums, exhibitions, the exhibition system. I mean, exhibitions have just been mentioned, and all these are or were institutions which also were based on a notion of highbrow culture. When people only wanted to show the very best, they argued about quantity, but also they tried to find limits, borders. That is what they had to exclude. That is what they do not allow in exhibition, and the scarcest resource has always been visibility. And what is now happening in the institutions, or what happened then, was actually again supported, accompanied, legitimized by art criticism, to again provide the arguments why one work of art should be in and another one not. And I believe we cannot see this role of art criticism without this institutional context in which it came about and where it played a role. And when we look at this history, these historical aspects, then we become aware of the upheavals which are taking place now. There have always been attempts to provide more visibility, to expand visibility, this scarce resource, when we think of the 19th century art associations, because at that time they were against the establishment, the social establishment. They were not necessarily a judgment of the crowd, but not necessarily a judgment of experts, but rather a general public who were interested in art. They also wanted to express their views. They want to put forward their interests. So perhaps this was an initial attempt to create a broader public, to provide more visibility. And I think this is also related to what we heard before. I think that only now, with the establishment of the social media, has something fundamentally changed. Visibility is no longer a scarce resource. However, as we must add, visibility does not necessarily follow the logic of the institutions of highbrow culture or of art criticism, but it will now follow the algorithms of the platform. And what applies here is, for instance, where people who have more followers are held in higher esteem, so to speak. And now there are completely different criteria which get involved. And these are the criteria which we know from areas of the pop culture, even before the social media. That is, we had charts at that time, which was about the sales figures of a piece of music, and it wasn't because some music critic said it's the best song of the year, or in literature. We have always had the bestseller lists. And in addition to all the literary criticism, the culture sections of newspapers, and now there is an upheaval in visual arts, and that's very interesting because visual arts has been the area where there has only been something like high culture, hypo culture, unlike in literature and music. And this has made the social media all the more powerful in this respect, in this field. When you look at the art market, you can already observe how things are changing drastically, and completely new markets are coming about, new segments. But to some extent, the same platforms, the same places which were established, well, or perhaps in a couple of years' time, as we can buy hermetic poetry and also cheap novels, penny novels there. In a bookshop, we might also see concept art in a gallery, but also something with which has 1 million followers. I have already seen this, but I will not tell you the name of the gallery. This might be a precursor of a development which is now starting, and that is the moment where we are now. And art criticism and other institutions are being faced with the question whether we should nevertheless try to maintain such a highbrow excluding status, perhaps as a response to this, or should we fully accept this to say, well, high and low art has always been a distinction and now we can get rid of it, or how should we respond to that? That is the question now. So you mean a sort of synchronicity? Yeah, synchronicity, simultaneity. Yeah, it's what is also different in visual arts from culture is because it implies questions of how the institutions can deal with this new challenge. And without changing profoundly, can they do this? Can they follow suit? Because it would mean that they must now first buy a lot to show a lot. But this is not based on a large volume, on mass, but it's the collection system that is to keep the best. However unreal it may have been, or how idealistic it may have been, but the claim, the ambition was we will take only the very best, and that's worthwhile doing it. And then we can also allocate a huge budget for this. And if this basic principle isn't working anymore, then much more will change in the art industry than in literature, where we have always had this system. Yeah, and museums must always prove their raison d'être. And irrespective of social media, the ambition has grown to increase the number of visitors. And now all of a sudden you can do this quite easily. You just have to put Banksy in the museum or an art toy exhibition, and then you will get the large volume of visitors you didn't have before. Then you have good figures without offering a conveyance of art, because this will happen as a matter of course. So we are trying to take this up, but new processes are coming about. It doesn't mean that all museums, all institutions must find the same responses to this. It would be a pity if all the responses were the same. So this is another opportunity of differentiation when some museums are saying, now we see ourselves as a forum for popular art, and others may be saying, no, if they do it, we will only show the very complex works of art requiring a lot of education, but they might then lose the audience. Now, the art industry is very interesting because of the question of who defines what is important in art or not. We have long had the feeling that it's not necessarily critics, and this is not necessarily the narcissistic approach of the social media, but you have this special position in art, in the art system, because the canon, the institutionalization, the museums exist, and on the other hand, there are the market and the collectors and the audience, that is the many, the crowd, but the collectors are the few. So to speak, from two sides, there are different influences on the canon, because what the few collectors buy will go up in value, but what the many want to see might also go up in value. So how will this constellation change, and was the position of the critic in this, or which role made it assume in this field of tension? Oh, there is a third factor which may gain importance between the few collectors and the hopefully or presumably many more visitors, because there are also the followers. And these are not only people who assign likes or who post something, but they may also want to get more from the artist they're following. So there are completely new types of artifact which are gaining popularity, which might have been called a multiple or an edition before. This now exists in many variants and beyond the official art market. And this is also sort of crowd judgment. It may not be the right expression, but judgment of a great many people who also make buying decisions. And then perhaps they buy something from a superstar artist, and they want an unlimited edition than something else, a smaller piece of artwork of art from an unknown artist, from whom you would get the original. So there might be many changes here in the entire art market. And we must think about whether we should not take some remedial action here. I think we haven't observed this enough yet. That is what has been happening over the past 2 years. And new structures are also becoming established clandestinely, surreptitiously. And so we must first observe the situation in the art market. And so a critic must also be a sort of sociologist to describe what's happening. And only then can we think about how we should respond, who should respond to this, and what are the different modes of response. I would like to come back to the synchronicity, because I believe it's key to that. And art criticism, that is, we have to classify this. But I had been wondering whether what we are talking about is perhaps very German. Because when you go to the Barbican Centre in London, it's precisely this. That is, in the front yard, you find some food trucks with Jamaican food. Then you must get through there, through the crowd. And then there might be some children workshops in the anteroom. Behind this, there is a cinema with a Viking blockbuster film, which you do not want to watch. And then there is an exhibition about masculinity, but actually you want to gain Panther de Brahms concert at the very rear, but you have to go through so many different groups and to come to terms with people who want to watch a Viking film. So the question is whether this is still a museum or rather a house of culture, a culture house, or would it have to do this specifically anyway? So I think it's this synchronicity of a house, of a place, but also the other houses you find in a city like London. And by the way, even very specific houses, museums like the National Portrait Gallery, try to provide a very accessible program to address, to engage the public at large. So I think we can learn a lot from them, that is from the Brits in this respect. But you were going to say something. Now perhaps we should add that that is what I call the original scene. That is that there is a lot happening in the silence, and we have to classify this. And the museum might be one institutional answer to this. And we must see whether we will have many more critical duties, because when we critics are hearing, I think that that we are just reviewers. Somebody goes to an exhibition, says it's good or bad, and I saw this painting. Unfortunately, it's only middle of the road, mediocre. But art criticism in this overall framework, which was defined with the museums, means much more. It means a theory of art, a theory of science of perception, a measuring of the cultural world, and the importance of art as such in terms of amateurship, sensuality, and so on. So I do not believe that, that the framework conditions will not be adversely affected by this new development. And there will continue to be demand for all this, because the more complex the present will be and the cultural phenomena, the bigger the demand will be for people who can offer an interpretation and explanation, so that people can navigate through this. You're being very optimistic, aren't you? Well, I work for a magazine which does this for many walks of life, not only art. And we have a small readership, relatively small, because we are a legacy medium. But it still exists. So it was established in 1947, and it still exists. So this demonstrates that there is a demand for this, a need for this, not only to review something, because we hardly ever do this, but to allow people to explain things in more detail. And I think that this duty will become more important, not less important. Based on my experience, I can say that this review feuilleton, this review section in Monopoly, well, we don't have a high circulation. People are not interested in this, but it's always been like this. The culture section was filled with reviews, but at that time we were not able to check this empirically, and nobody wanted to know who read this, the reviews. That is, what art critics did may always have been something for a very small group only. And the large crowd, which allegedly is taken over now, wasn't interested in this. Oh, I don't know about the others, but my impression is that the critic who passes judgment and who has an influence on something, that this was much stronger in a regional context where you had only one or two magazines. And the public is, all in all, is more restricted. And this is not necessarily a new phenomenon which we are dealing with. But we talked about the power of social media, and there have long been instances which assume this role which you are demanding, and which was also mentioned in the presentation as a paradigm, that is a recommendation as a sort of duty of art criticism. These are now the influencers on the social media who fulfill this role. And sometimes they do it with a certain level of responsibility and on experimental basis. That is, and they may also draw the attention to an exhibition by means of a posting. It might be in captures or on TikTok, the way a video is posted, a video from this exhibition, that is how it's cut and how music is added. And these are still very experimental and preliminary formats, I'd say. But nevertheless, this is a contemporary format, and above all, a future format of art criticism, what we've got there. So these are completely new formats, but also they are appropriate. That is, they reflect the interest in art on the social media.
But the hypothesis was that this environment is toxic and there is no art criticism that within the logics of the algorithms can take place. And you would counter-argue that, right? Well, it might be too naive and too optimistic if I simply argue against it. Nonetheless, when I sort of observe it myself and see what is happening, then I discover again and again things that I do find interesting and things that I think would make sense. I don't know in every individual case what would be cancelled or pushed by algorithms, but that it's not a good direction per se, well, I wouldn't say that. What I think is that there is a sort of fear regarding the synchronicity when more voices are raised. What will be art? What is good art at the end of the day? Because this term art is sort of very stretched in the sense of, okay, if certain influencers, for example, say, okay, this is great, this is really important, and the traditional art critics sort of really disagree. That will be interesting to see whether or what tolerance is there regarding the term art and to live with that as well. And, talking about the UK, I think it's great that they manage to not always emphasize the high versus low culture, because they included pop culture in a very early stage. So there it's sort of normal. I think about 1,000 years ago, I organized a documentary on impoverished aristocracy, and I went to visit them. And yes, they spent the whole day riding their horses, and in the evening they watched Britain's Got Talent. And I thought that's exactly what it's about. You have these people with their long names, 10 names, but at the end of the day, they sit there in their pajamas and watch the same TV that all of us watch. I think that's really where we have to get to not say, okay, this is good and this is bad. No, everything exists. And regarding the synchronicity, when I read news apps, I tend to always read the comments as well. So I don't look from the two things at the two things as separate. So for me, at least if there's a good moderator, I think it's great to see it, even though it's not representative, but it's interesting to find out what people think about certain topics. And I think if the technology gets better in that field in the future, then that is a sort of synchronicity where you can read both things at the same time. The text, and it can be political as well, the criticism and the simultaneous criticism. When you talked about synchronicity, so you can show both sides. And for me, that's something that I've really internalized, that I am reading the comments as well as the article. And sometimes they're great. This didn't exist before, and I think it's really enriching, apart from, the trolls and everything that goes wrong. I think that in the arts industry, the struggle is particularly difficult because we mentioned it. It's about gatekeeping. It's about deciding what art is and what isn't art. Since the beginning of the avant-garde, we've been arguing about the term art. What does art include? The question is, why is it important? Because it's an economic factor. Because the real art is supposed to be eternal, while as other things aren't art and are thrown away. And that is why I think it's so difficult. That's what makes people aggressive. When it started with Clubhouse, I think all of us forgot about Clubhouse, but there was a time when all of us met on Clubhouse. And I heard so many people talk that I'd never heard before, and this aggressiveness towards gatekeeping, this frustration, people thinking, why are experts telling me what art is? I want this beautiful, colorful picture to be art, and I'm not interested in knowing why you don't think it's art. This is important. The question is, what do we lose if we open up towards that? If we say, okay, now everything that you want to be art will be art. That's fine. So then you maybe don't go to the Art Basel, but you go to the shop next door and say you buy art there. Why do we lose? Why does it hurt? Are we losing anything? Is it simply that we're snobs? I think it's our fear of being destroyed. I think nothing will happen. And that's what I mean when I talk about interpretation and judgment. There will nonetheless be differences within this synchronicity, not on a hierarchical level, but in the way how we observe it. And then it might not be about convincing the crowd of, I don't know, saying that Manet and Frida Kahlo are the most important artists of the universe. So we need to be more tolerant and we need to learn how to respect other things without saying that everything is equal. No, but more tolerance. And I mean, that's a huge topic, but a tolerance in the context of opinion, an opinion or taste. I don't even know what to call it, but to say we agree to disagree. I might never like Jeff Koons. Oh, that's a bad example. Oh, now it'll get tricky, but something maybe even more profane, something that I'll say I'll never like it. But nonetheless, I have to respect the fact that for a certain perspective or for certain people, it is art. I don't think that destroys the term art. So I'm confident, I'm optimistic. What do you say? Christian Demand, in your book really dealt with snobism of critics. You know, people who want to be important. It's terrible, isn't it? Well, it was mainly about, and I probably wouldn't have written the book if I would have known back then how many people are already aware of what I'm writing about. For me, it was mainly about the language of art, a very similar, a very strange rhetoric way of pretending to know all the expertise while as hiding the fact that there is no expertise on that case. And I would want to keep up on that for the following conversations, because I think that is still very much a present topic. Very often we tend to say, okay, the experts do not have the same weight as before, but what sort of experts do we have when it's not about, and that's maybe what we mean by talking about avant-garde, plural, when that is starting to get more differentiated. You can be a football expert, and that doesn't mean that you talk in a unanimous way. That's also a fiction, but there is a certain set of rules, and within that framework, you can really calculate the use and the costs of a certain field. So you can, for example, say, okay, that player is super fast and he's really good. So there's a certain expertise that you simply have to accept. But when it comes to the question of, well, shouldn't they maybe wear hats? That's when it gets tricky. And I would say the art business, the arts industry, showed how one type of sports can turn into many. You can again and again say, okay, this picture is not very contemporary anymore, but now it's about hiding. It's about not exhibiting anymore. How are we going to have expertise for tomorrow's way of doing art? That's, I think, where the problem starts. And that is why I don't think that a canon expertise exists. It has never existed, at least not in the past centuries. And that is why, again, called it the need to comment. That is why many of these performances, pieces of art, are constantly accompanied by explanations. And that was basically the focus of my book. The fact that they have to exist and the fact that they become even more important the bigger the field that we move in and the more diverse the things that happen there are. I think that we should take that as a given. Boris Kreuz once said that a criticism is somebody who points something out. And that brings us back to influencers, right? Very simple job. But getting back to what you said regarding the question, okay, what is art actually? Experts tend to or try to answer that question. And I would once again question whether that will be the relevant question in the future, whether that question doesn't stem from this high cultural era. And even just saying the art, singular, whether in the future it might actually be a phenomenon that, yes, on the one hand, has the ambition to play a role in the art world, but to maybe not restrict themselves to that. They might also have a political ambition or a representative ambition. And that would mean that the same object can maybe play a role in different fields. So then it's not just an object of art criticism, but also of other instances that might pass very different judgments regarding whether they think this project, this artifact, this piece of art is good or not. And that is why I think that will bring us to very different fundamental questions. And this, of course, leads to this whole logics of gatekeeping simply isn't appropriate anymore. And yes, this can be frustrating to some, can also mean more work, more effort, because we have to start rethinking things and becoming more open-minded, maybe even be accepting that the fact that others want to join the debate, even though they might have other reasons to judge or to review something. But that question, I think, isn't what is important for most of those who play a role as players nowadays. The question, what is art, and what differs art from non-art? And I think we can also start by saying, okay, I'm lacking the terminology to write about that topic, even though I'm an expert, but when it's about global art, this can almost feel a bit offending when we don't have the tools to talk about some topics, and we still haven't found a solution for that. There are still difficulties in that field when it comes to describing positions that we can contextualize because they are not part of our own artistic or cultural socialization. So I think we do have some practice in that field when it comes to redefining the tools that we need. Also, what you said when you talked about that nobody knows what types of arts will exist in 50 years. And we might need a new language to talk about that, new tools, because there will be a new generation of writers, of people who can deal with that. I think art criticism grows with the change of art production. Because, like I said, I probably write very differently from somebody who's 25 about contemporary art, because I grew up in a different way. Somebody who is 25 now grew up with social media, so I think that already has an impact. I think that really not letting go this topic of the limitations between art and non-art, that's a very Western thing. One of my favorite pieces of the documenta was of Richard Barr, the pissoir in the basement with some balloons, and that was called Western art. And it was so obvious that he wanted to say, okay, you can keep the next 100 years talk about whether a pissoir is art or not. It's not interesting to us. We have more important things to talk about. And I really enjoyed that artwork because it showed one thing. It really told us to wake up and to remind ourselves that there are more important things to debate. But on the other hand, I do ask myself whether we in an expert position are even more needed because we have to communicate this. We have to communicate what we talk about. This is something that can't be communicated in an Instagram post. But I think it was not that much about the vision that everything can only be posted via Instagram. Oh, yes. No, yes, of course. The synchronicity, once again. Both things. Well, I don't want to overestimate it, but we have 3,000 regular readers with very long articles. Then we do that no matter how many Instagram posts we post. They will remain interesting to us. They will still be valuable for us because we can assume that some of those who read our articles are at home in both worlds and even in more worlds than just the two of them. So I think there can be a coexistence between the two. And also when it comes to interpretation, I think it becomes even more important. More important, and also, in some regard, it might make things easier. Because there were these complaints about, oh, why do we even need art criticism? It's all very random. There's no more criteria. What is left to do? Is it just a gesture of power because some person enjoys one thing or doesn't enjoy it? Because you could also look at it from a different perspective. And I think we have a return from criteria. And now there are so many things that are offered today in today's world that don't just play a role in the art world. So these things address dominant discourses, for example. Maybe we could make them in a more ecological way. Maybe it would have gotten better. So at some point, you have all these different dimensions as part of the discourse, and they can be applied to what we look at as art to decide not just whether it's interesting and new, but also because other aspects play a role today. And that is why I think those who understand themselves as critics have to try to also understand some of the new criteria and to pass judgment on them. And that's also a very interesting transition, I think. But when I observe myself, I do have to say that I find it sort of more satisfying than 10 or 15 years ago. I'm under the impression that I'm standing on firm ground when I pass my judgments now regarding a project that might not just play a role in the art world, but that also maybe plays an activist role, or maybe positions itself in a different way. We can then also look at that dimension and say, okay, does it fulfill its target? You know, like when we talked about football, we could say, you can basically measure whether something is happening due to this activist action or does it not happen. And it's a very different level, a very different dimension. But the judgment or the criticism that I pass, it's way more diverse than if I just follow the formal aesthetic dimensions. So are we going to assess art from different perspectives in the future? Well, that would be very stressful for the artists. Well, even just the fact that a few years ago it would have been unthinkable to have anyone think about whether an exhibition with artists from different countries deliver their artwork with an airplane. Back then we needed somebody to actually go there, take the artwork, and that person had to go on the plane in order to make sure that one artwork would reach the place where it would have to go. So back then that was normal. Now we discuss these topics, and this shows that we have really moved beyond this time where just our nationalist or a local criteria applies. Or if you look at an artwork, I looked at an artwork, for example, of an artist who works with concrete, and I looked at it, and then I thought, okay, well, am I even allowed to look at that? Is that person actually still working with concrete? When did he do it? All these things make art more complicated because this catalog that we have, you know, that where you have to tick all the boxes, you know, what's the material and so on. But the autonomy of art, how many times did I hear about that this summer, this fear of losing autonomy? Do you not feel that? But it's so funny. He's shaking his head. Because we started with the avant-garde. I would just say in parentheses that we don't really know what art wants, what art is. Well, that's a phenomenon that actually started in the 18th century or even earlier than that. But never mind, let's assume that that's the case. And then if we look at what we call historical avant-garde, those are usually positions that fought against autonomy. And when I remember correctly, it was bringing together art and life that was sort of the ideal situation after the experiences of the First World War, where millions of people died. All of a sudden, people said, okay, why don't we do something that is connected to what is happening in the world? So to pretend today that art autonomy is sort of a legacy, something that we have with us and that we have to maintain, well, I think that's historically quite problematic. I don't think that's the case. Well, that's astounding. Why do I read about that in the German feuilleton, in the culture feature? Probably invited the wrong people to the panel. Where are those who argue for art autonomy? Well, I actually agree. It's a difficult time because, okay, maybe a bit of a different topic, but when it comes about opening processes of museums, I think it is still very important that it's on the museums to make sure there's accessibility for the audience, for people from different places who get there. But it's not the job of the artists who exhibit their work there. They don't have to think about the audience. I think this is very important that we separate these two things, because otherwise I would think, okay, to be an artist in the future is terrible if you have to reflect on that whole catalog in the future, you know, to say, okay, for the application, I have to make sure that this is working out. I think that should be the job of art production. So that's a bit of a difficulty. I think it will become more complex. And yes, that's what I think is difficult regarding autonomy. What effect will it have on art production? Maybe to argue a bit for autonomy, I think it is important to mention that, of course, there is also the risk that only these criteria count, so that when you look at a piece of concrete that you think, okay, is this actually ecologically okay or not? And then you get to the result, well, it's not okay, and you end at that point. Then it is important to, because the aesthetic quality, you know, to think about that and to think, okay, maybe it was necessary to use concrete and it's justified because the result within that context of art is very convincing. So as a central pole of what art judgment will remain in the future, that I think is necessary. And there I think there is reason for concern that this might disappear and that we don't talk about formal and aesthetic qualities anymore at all, that we just talk about the rest. So it's really always about looking at both sides, striking a balance, negotiating, and yes, bringing everything into our understanding. The old aesthetic criteria of balancing, I think, is also becoming more important, right? Well, I think it is interesting. The question is, of course, to get back to the topic of the documenta, it's just about the experience, having been there, where I thought so often that on the one hand, we said again and again that we have to know more about what is being exhibited there. We have to explain a lot, communicate a lot. Nonetheless, I was under the impression that the experiences of the visitors was very direct. So that it's more this type of art not understanding itself as autonomous, but more of a community-related art, that it's way more accessible, that art critics do really struggle with classifying and understanding it, but the wider audience doesn't really have that much of a problem with it. And I don't know what your impression was, how you interpreted it, and what it means for art criticism. Well, that's exactly what I meant. As a visitor, from a visitor's perspective, it was a very accessible experience. So you didn't have to, content-wise, go into the theory, but there was an offer to participate in everything, to be a part of it. And that's where I thought it was, in part, well, I mean, there were, I think, about 5,000 articles were written about this from different perspectives. But I thought from an art criticism perspective, it was sort of lame that they said, well, this is simply not enough. Aesthetically, it's not well done. It looks like the final work of an art student. And that's when I thought, well, isn't there more potential? Can we not maybe, from a perspective of an expert, go more into it? That's what I didn't really understand it. Well, did you read any alternative articles? Was there a sort of criticism that didn't really follow the local criteria that much, anything that was eye-opening. I didn't really read much about that. Many of the questions that were addressed there, I mean, there was a lot of really good literature, but in this field, was there anything eye-opening? Well, was there the need to open any eyes? I mean, the interpretation, what do I see when people are in there and play checks? Is there any need for interpretation? I think the interpretation would be that art and community can take place. Well, but the interpretation, with the background that it's an institutionalized exhibition that takes itself very seriously, and yes, it did so rightly for a long time, but within a tradition, with expectations and in a funding structure, that it takes place in this context. There are so many questions that are needed to be interpreted. Even just the question whether it's worth watching two people play a game of checks. Was it worth it? But you're already in the midst of interpreting it or judging it. Yes, but I think these questions are relevant. On the one hand, we say, okay, it's not the question whether something is art or not, but of course one should be able to ask whether it's worth the effort, whether this couldn't have been organized in a more accessible way. People wouldn't have had to go to Kassel, for example, to watch it. Couldn't we have organized this on a local level? Yeah, I understand. Because it could have been celebrated on a local level in different ways, etc. So I do think that there is a great need for interpretation. So that's what you're doing. That's great. You're interpreting it. The concept as such makes sense, but maybe it would have made sense to implement it on a more local level. I would have loved to read that about it. You know, not just saying, okay, it wasn't good, done, but I think it was difficult, and also due to the short notice, it was difficult for some people to understand that in your own role you have to sort of do a switch. The first days I went around like a normal visitor, you know, okay, you watch a piece of art, and then the second day you start realizing that you're a part of the whole project. You can actually change your role, and all of a sudden you are in a very different situation. And that's when you start to experience the things in a different way. Unfortunately, most people only go there for a day. They simply cannot afford to spend a week there. And that might also be a bit of a problem when it comes to organizing these events, that they were maybe communicated in the wrong way. You know, talking about the role expectations of the audience, of the visitors. What do the visitors have to do in order to really enjoy the event? But once you were there and you realized it, then this change of roles was really tangible. That it was really about a new understanding of art, of exhibitions, and that it's really about changing, jumping from one paradigm to the next. And that was really the opportunity. But yes, it was a shame that by those who were in charge, that wasn't really communicated, or at least not sufficiently. And this container, or the term documenta, is so full of content that the expectations are simply huge. And to understand what the context is, where the documenta takes place, that's really important. And I think it wouldn't have been a problem, really, the exhibition situation, you know, if it wouldn't have been this loaded sort of issue, documenta.
Now, I must now start to provide a conclusion, a summary, and I have now got a very astounding result from the panel. I don't know whether I want to call it a result, but anyway, there is no interest whatsoever in art criticism as a judgment, but there is a lot of interest in art criticism, which is not necessarily criticism, but which has a lot of expertise in terms of explanation. And where does this come from? What where does it go to? So this is being categorized or contextualized in discourses. That's very interesting, very exciting, because it's in line with my practice. I don't know, I'm a journalist in a way. And so I always want to explain things, to put things across to my readers. And now actually we can also relate this to what the initial speaker said. We need to know in which world we live and in which world art criticism is taking place. And this may also be a very important duty of criticism to explain this. And there is no fear that these perspectives, this has been fragmented here. Yeah, well, we are not really three professional art critics. Yeah, I'm fully relaxed. So my time is up now. So it's been very quick. We are back to zero, and I would like to thank you very much indeed. And this has been another very important, very interesting start of a conference where we will be having many more interesting discussions. Thanks a lot.
Welcome back to Akademie der Künste and Bundeskunsthalle's Congress, The Future of Critique, running for 5 days across a time span of 10 days, starting today, running until next week, November 26, in Berlin. There's a lot of things happening at this Congress, beside talks. Some things you might not even see or just subtly feel. If you see a person who has something on their head or face, don't worry about them. If you see a person crying, you can approach that person and ask what's the matter. There's also memes happening around that Congress. One of the most funny and actually the biggest account for memes in art counted in reach is Sprüth Magazine, our embedded critic, so to say, who comments this conference with memes. And they are sitting also on this stage. But I just quickly want to introduce the moderator, Gregor Quack, an amazing art critic and art scholar, just now writing his PhD on the work of Franz Erhard Walter. And yeah, memes versus museums, criticism after Instagram. Please enjoy.
Hi, good evening, everyone. I have the honor of being the moderator for this panel. I will try to keep myself in the background, but in the beginning I'll have to talk a little bit to introduce everyone on the stage. And I will start in seating order. To my immediate right is Dena Yago. And Dena Yago is an artist and a writer who is based in New York. Yago is a founding member of the trend forecasting group K-Hole, which was a collective that addressed lifestyle and cultural phenomena from 2010 to 2016. Some of you might be familiar with, I think, the 2013 report on normcore, has since been active in a bunch of other avenues, also and importantly as an artist, and recent solo and group shows as an artist have been at High Art in Paris, at the Frans Hals Museum in Harlem, at the Hammer Museum in LA. And very importantly for our conference, Dena is also a writer, a prolific and a very insightful writer who covers and explains sort of movements in digital culture. And some of those important essays have appeared recently in the Eflux Journal, in Flash Art, and in Frieze Magazine, the other one, the one with an I. In 2020, Dena also co-founded Applied Arts, which is an artist-led strategic consultancy. Yes, all right. And to her right is Joshua Citarella. And Joshua is an artist and an internet culture researcher based in New York. He wrote and self-published the book Politogram and the Post-Left in 2018, which is hopefully a publication that we can refer back to as we in our conversation. And he also published in 2020 a book document called 20 Interviews. Recent solo exhibitions have been at the Bass Fisher Invitational in Miami, Florida, and at the Corcoran School of the Arts and Design at George Washington University in DC. He's the director of Do Not Research, which is an arts organization and online community that publishes writing, visual art, and more. If I can give you any of the many sort of links that one could cite for Josh's work, there is a conversation with New Models, who were on stage earlier, where they talk about some of the themes that I hopefully will talk with from a slightly different angle in a minute. And to Josh's right is Cem, aka Frieze Magazine, coming to us somewhat anonymized, which is something that we may or may not address later on. And Cem is an artist and curator who has a background in anthropology. He is mostly known for running, among other things known, for running the art meme page Frieze Magazine with 2 E's. And since that page's inception in 2019, it's become an important tool for the creative collaboration between Cem, fellow artists, researchers, and organizations. These memes on this account explore topics such as survival and alienation in the art world through a very reflexive, sometimes self-reflexive lens. He also, very interestingly, has worked as a curatorial assistant and as a curatorial worker, as a curator. He has worked for institutions and events such as Documenta 15 in Kassel, and has had solo exhibitions, including at the Barbican Center in London and at Versus Art Project in Istanbul. And with that, I would like to welcome the three of you and wanted to start maybe with something that is gives it a little bit more of an intro in your investment in this conference's topic and our panel's topics, Memes versus Museum, because all three of you have lived and worked in some capacity in what we might think of as a traditional old art world, and in some capacity have lived on something that one might call sort of a newer place, a different place on the internet that is driven through social media and other digital forms of distribution. And all three of you, in different ways and different degrees, have chronicled and sort of theorized that shift from one to the other. And I was wondering if we could start by you giving us your broad account of when you started to see in your life, in your career, when you started to see things shift from an older model to a newer model. When was there a moment in general and in your career when that happened? And I'll start, because you have written about some of these cultural shifts, with Dena. How has that happened in your work and in your career?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could trace it back to 2011, at which point I was working on the website Arena, which is a community-based knowledge aggregator, ad-free, and developed by artists. At the same time, I started working with K-Hole, where we were producing these trend forecasting reports as PDFs and making them freely available to both the arenas of art and commerce. And then the kind of third thread was that I was also, and have continued to have my own personal artistic practice. I think between K-Hole and Arena, I was becoming more aware of the ways in which we look at changing cultural and social mores and the relationships that were happening in the commercial sphere, kind of grabbing from the art and cultural sector, cultural capitalism as we know it, and wanting to sort of look at the strategies that were being played out in that arena and make them known and give them names and language through which people could kind of talk about these forces that were being enacted around them. In addition to that, the language, primarily like language being the focus, would then circulate back into my own visual work.
Mm-hmm. Is it okay if we go in order of seating for now?
Sure. Yeah, it's such a big question. I think I've spent a lot of time thinking about this, of what shifted in creative life between like roughly 2010 and 2020. And I think there are a few inflection points. I like to talk about 2012 as being this mass adoption curve for Facebook, when it was no longer just you and your friends, but it was also your mom, dad, aunt, and uncle. 2013, I think, is also very significant in that my immediate peer group of broadly post-internet generation artists all got their first solo shows in 2013. Bitcoin hit $1,000, and the internet very quickly became a real force rather than this thing we used to talk about being digital dualism, where there's like the IRL and the URL and they don't touch. 2016 is a very important milestone as well, but I would say that broadly in that time frame there's been a drain on the the work that has gone into institutions for lack of resources and opportunity amongst the younger generation that have had to drift and find their way onto the platforms, right? So my framing for this conversation, which I think extends to cultural institutions, but also legacy media, where we could analogize, say, the New York Times versus Substack. We could also say that there are cultural institutions and then there's meme accounts. There's a lack of editorial oversight or gatekeepers, and those things can play out for better or worse. So I think it's difficult to determine when exactly the inflection point is, but I would say within that time period, there's a decisive drift away from these legacy institutions and towards forms of alternative media.
Great. Yeah, and you're right. It is the huge question, but we have at least a few minutes to discuss it, and we'll get back to that, to all those questions you already raised about how to evaluate that shift, apart from chronicling it. How do we operate in it? How do we evaluate it? Cem, do you want to close our little fire round?
Yeah, I think I have a slightly shorter timeline than my fellow panelists. For me, it really started like just before the pandemic, that I've graduated from school, like from university, and trying to get a job as a non-EU citizen in London, and like the difficulties attached to that. And then, as this was happening, the pandemic hit, which obviously closed all of us indoors. And for me, that was a moment that I could just focus on making memes and focusing on that. And it really coincided with almost like a vacuum in the art world, that nothing was happening and everyone was just glued to their phones. And out of that, I guess this year was for me the biggest change with Documenta and everything, all the other projects I did around that, because leading up to this, like last year, for me it was more about trying to balance between making memes, keeping them as digital as possible, while not saying no to opportunities in physical spaces and other physical objects like publishing zines and so on. And yeah, it more entailed doing like installations about these, artworks about these, and try to be almost like an evangelist for art memes in institutional spaces.
Mm-hmm. Well, so I think that leads us right into, so our panel is called Memes versus Museums. We can also, I think, one sort of verbiage that that I've heard you talk about and that we've now been talking about for a couple minutes is this idea between institutions versus platforms. Institutions being things that you mentioned, Joshua. Museums are institutions we're currently inside of one. But also perhaps, since we're at a conference about criticism or critique or both, legacy media, newspapers, magazines might at one point or another be institutions. And the interesting thing about all three of you is that you've been very active on both ends of so both on platforms and on institutions. And I wanted to ask about your experience with that, first of all, but also about sort of what you've learned from that experience. About, do you see those two? Do you see Instagram and museums? Do you see legacy media and social media always in conflict? Are they, for you or in general, are they always in conflict? Are their incentive structures similar and compatible or no? And maybe, since you mentioned Documenta, that must have been an experience, an institution that was also covered quite widely in the media. And you were sort of invited to Documenta in order to inject some of platform logic, perhaps. And so,
yeah, I think that my only objection to that, I think this idea of like institutions versus individuals is like, I think, the wrong way to dissect this question. I think it's more about, because first of all, you could say that as individuals, we are all trying to institutionalize ourselves. As being an established artist is also an attempt at becoming an institution in that way. And I don't really see any difference between that and institutions as organizational structures. You can even argue that the most successful artists in the art market do run their own institutions with their assistants, writers, and everything else. So I think the separation works a bit differently. For me, it's more about who you collaborate with, who you work with, and their intentions. For example, I see a big difference between, for example, as Kolja mentioned, I'm like technically the embedded critic of this symposium, even though that is a role that I am financially compensated for. I don't see any issue in that because this is very different than, I don't know, making memes for a corporate structure for a for-profit business. And I think in that way, yeah, dividing this in a way that is institutions, individuals inside institutions, interacting with them is, I think, not the most objective way to look at it. And my other part of this experience was actually to also fight with this perception too, like also within Documenta, that I don't know, maybe this would sound one-sided coming from me, but I had so much autonomy over what I could say or do with memes. But it was really more about working with people's expectations of how a singular institution Documenta is, for instance, and totally ignoring the politics within that, different people who are there for different reasons. And for example, I started by, to keep my work separate and transparent, my first idea was to open a separate meme account called Documenta to post Documenta-related memes there. But then quickly I realized that actually that just seems sponsored and doesn't fit the idea. And also people have a very, I think, romantic and idealized idea of how you are supposed to criticize institutions. I think same with anyone on this panel too, that like it's in the way that like I think it is clear that everyone, like, difficult to make money online just as in physical life. So I think this idealism around having to stick to just the digital space and only do that is very a skewed way of looking at it.
I'm really looking forward to us talking about the material realities of moving between different platforms, and we'll definitely get to that, because I know all three of you have very specific and very well considered models of getting paid for what you do sometimes. But if we could stick for 1 second with the platform institution divide, and you don't have to agree with it, but is that at all?
I agree with it.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think I might have. Yeah, I think I got it from the podcast that you.
Well, we should mention New Models was the platform in which it first appeared, but excuse me. Maybe if I could just sketch like a broad, like, diagrammatically, like what are the differences. I have a Patreon. I also participate in museums. There's very different incentives and affordances in these spaces, right? So when you enter a museum or you log onto Instagram, right, you're entering the space in which culture is presented to you, either through a feed or through a program. There is, I think we could analogize institutions to roughly some type of representative democracy in which there's decommodified spaces in which experts can confer about what program is presented to a public. But when you get onto a platform, there are all of these competitive dynamics about what holds your attention the most, catering to libidinal lizard brain type of impulses. And there's a real power law distribution of what excels in the platforms. And I've been able to experience this in a very practical way in the last few years, because my practice exists half on the platforms and half in the institutions. And so I can see it's not just that something outperforms by like a small margin, it's like 10 to 1, 100 to 1. Like you will be known for one meme that you put out there, and that will outperform everything you have ever done, to the extent that your entire career in totality, all the viewership may never eclipse this one meme that you put out many, many years ago. Okay, so those things shape the type of culture that can be produced in these spaces in really, really dramatic ways. And I think there are certainly downsides, there are negatives to participating in institutions. Part of the drawback to representative democracies or elite experts and all of the problems that come along with centralization is that they can be captured by elite interests. They may not be accountable to a public in a meaningful way, but platforms as an alternative to that have instead created this, I think what is broadly agreed upon as being the most disappointing period of culture of all of the decades stacked up next to each other. Music is stagnant, culture is stagnant, art is repeating forms from decades past, and what we have today, if you show what is emblematic of the type of culture that's produced in let's just say broadly the 2020s, you're probably going to put together an ensemble of TikTok memes, and that's just not the same meaningful, enriching experience that institutions were able to do in decades prior. So I think this is an important, I emphasize these points because a lot of my audience are recent graduates of BFA programs, or they're younger people, maybe they run meme accounts or what have you, and they didn't straddle this divide of being between the two worlds. When I studied photography in SVA, I learned it in a color darkroom. My professors were learning Photoshop alongside the students, and this is really before social media even hits that mass adoption curve. So the idea that there was a different way of organizing culture is a revolutionary paradigm shift to someone who is 19 or 20 years old right now. So I try to hammer those points home. And what is very curious in articulating or elaborating these points now is that a lot of people of older generations seem to have forgotten them, right? So we're learning by touching our hand to the hot stove and getting burned over and over again that platforms are just a very insufficient way of producing culture. They're producing things that are much more disappointing than in the past. And someone needs to be the voice to remind people of what we have lost. And I think this is the conflict that we'll get into at later points of the panel, but the incentives of platforms are so dramatically overpowering where, in my own experience, 10 to 1, 100 to 1, those ratios are sizable, but in the scope of YouTube, we're talking million to 1, tens of millions to 1. And so what is going to happen to curation and that space in which decommodified decisions could be made when an up-and-coming curator has to turn MoMA into the Museum of Ice Cream? It's going to be very difficult. If we use those metrics of performance as a way of gauging the public's reception of a piece of culture, a work of art, then I think we're headed down a pretty dystopian route.
Yeah, if I could add to that, I feel like beyond just the economics of platform machinations, there's also the fact that in an art institution there still is, even as they might be steps towards it being a more democratic or open forum, it's still very much a top-down institution with curatorial vision and all of that being presented to a pretty clearly defined, to pretty clearly defined niche public. Whereas any kind of cultural, piece of content that once it gets shared on Instagram is just completely pancaked and leveled next to any other piece of content. And it's like full-on context collapse, and an artwork is having to negotiate with like a hamster eating a bowl of ice cream, and there's really, no way to kind of compete with that. So I think that back to sort of like attention economies, that's what we're dealing with. You have to deal with like the Museum of Ice Cream massively outperforming MoMA attendance, and that's the metric that new arts institutions are trying to sort of match up against, because it comes down to just volumizing ticket sales and getting more foot traffic through the door. And we're seeing that with the sort of like experientialification of museums globally.
I think it's really interesting, and sort of I was that on a panel, memes versus museums, there's now a it seems strike one for institutions, a defense of what has been what might get lost in that transition, which I don't think we have to debate is happening and has been happening. And I guess the next logical question for me is what to do with that shift. How does one react to it? And does one save, like, let's think about sort of, you talked about institutions, Josh, as a decommodified space of experts conferring about I don't know what you said. But if we talk about art criticism, that is one of the places that has stylized the expert from connoisseurship to art criticism. And I'm wondering if you think, if in your three views, is there a role for that job, the art critic, the professional art critic, in a changing landscape? And if so, what good things about that role can be rescued over, can be pulled out of onto Twitch. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, maybe my collaborators, I'm sure, will be very unhappy about this, but I suppose. Excuse me.
Your collaborators on research, or?
My collaborators from many years ago. This was in 2015. I used to run a meme account that had, coincidentally, or perhaps I'm not sure if you're familiar with it, a very similar name to Freeze magazine. It was called Freeze.de. And we, at the time, we had theorized that there was a severe lack of art criticism, that the magazines had essentially been captured by the galleries, and if you wrote a negative review, they would pull the ads. And what you generally see during like the last few decades in the American context, and I think to a degree in Europe, is that the increased cost of living, the increased cost of education, is that the people who can enter into these fields come from increasingly privileged backgrounds, and they kind of all gas each other up, reiterate the press release, and there's a severe lack of negative criticism, right? So the design of platforms themselves were supposed to amplify dissenting voices, and we had hoped that having an anonymous meme account that was toothy, that like put forward criticisms that shaped public opinion, that lack of to whatever degree that art is accountable to a public, the audience would begin to trust an anonymous meme account over the legacy publications like Freeze and Artform and so on and so forth, which is why we chose the name. But I think, unfortunately, what we've seen in the past few years is that a lot of the accounts that really excelled in that space made content that was more so relatable. It didn't turn out that crowdfunding for art criticism is actually a very difficult thing to get, right? Because art serves a relatively small expert audience. There's Josh's podcast feed, there's New Models, and there's Interdependence, and there's a few other Substacks and Patreons in there, but it's really small considering the entire ecosystem and all of the publications, all of the content that's put out. I'm not totally sure that there's a hunger for it. So what do you do in this process? Because one is tempted to make the claim that if there was a consolidation of let's say compromised expert critical opinion in the magazines, that like you just have to congratulate everyone to maintain a positive voice so that the asset price continues to rise. That's, I think, broadly disappointing to people who really care about, but then what are they going to do? They're going to go out on Substack or Patreon and try to crowdfund their project that offers some kind of criticism. We've seen real-time experiments of this now where Outland attempted to do this in NFTs. But I think when you, even in the most compromised sense, when you talk about art criticism purely as a value add to a rising asset price, there are numerous, many blockchain, but also just regular like fractionalized ownership of modernist paintings that are tremendously expensive and can be invested in similar to a stock or something. What those companies tend to find when they crunch the data is that its presence in a museum is not necessarily increasing the value so much, and when everything is flattened into a financial asset, it turns out that criticism is increasingly less important. So there were probably periods in the past where a painting is shown in a gallery and then it's shown in a museum. Its presence in the museum increases the value of the painting. When the artist has the next show, the prices are a bit higher, right? This is institutions pay under the market rate, but you can capture the value elsewhere. That is shifting. That is part of this 10-year arc. And so I wonder if we enter a period of just, pure liquid financialization where critical opinion is best expressed as like dumping your Milady collection. That's actually, that is the one anomalous example where a piece of negative criticism did manage to crash the asset price of a bit of culture. But broadly, I think I'm quite skeptical of the capacities for art criticism done on the platforms or in the institutions at the moment. I don't know if there's a place to be found for it. I'm trying to find it through this route, but obviously it's still quite precarious and murky to me.
Maybe just bring up the aspect of what audience we're talking about as who is the audience for art criticism, because I think that in a kind of residual model that is this, it's a learned, educated, privileged audience who is coming to a piece of criticism in order to like enrich their understanding of capital A art. Whereas now I would say that maybe the audience for more of an institutional art criticism publication like Artforum or Frieze is speaking more to like a cultural connoisseur of some sense that is really not looking to art solely, but also kind of like leveling that along with, reading Pete Wells of the New York Times and reading food criticism, reading music criticism, and that these sort of genre specifications are not necessarily the most helpful. And I think that, aren't very helpful today. And I think that the criticism that I find interesting, what you guys are doing, or new models, as well as the fact that it's speaking to a very like localized in the, cozy internet sense audience. And I think that criticism that is emerging that speaks more to like social milieu or a specific scene is where, the critical work happens now. It's speaking to an audience of peers almost.
Mm-hmm. Cem, I was wondering because I see your account sometimes as uniting the idea of sort of a relatable art meme and also sort of a incisive, like having an opinion about sort of structures, and sort of, I was wondering how you see the role of, do you think of your account as being a critical account, or is that, can you combine that with the idea of being relatable, funny?
My interest is more about trying to like bridge that gap, as you say, that I think, because I think there are so many things you can say about the art world, about how corrupt it is, how there's so much market manipulation. You can even think about art criticism as a tool for this too, unfortunately. But I think the biggest problem is that I think putting out facts like this doesn't really change this model, or doesn't really make any significant change. People just turn their backs and just continue what they do. So I think it's important to kind of find a middle ground between that kind of, is like a bit more fluid, that is between like just goofy memes that make artistic references, and while mixing that with a bit more critical, a bit more direct messages, and then kind of creating a soup out of those. Because I think, to add to what the other said, I think also we're having this discussion against the backdrop of just pure precarity, financial precarity in physical and digital spaces. So obviously it's very difficult. And on the other side of this is things such as Gagosian announcing a board of directors, almost adopting this almost corporate model, or like making the way for that. So I think it's a very critical moment for the like broader financial systems too. And I think we're all kind of in the same bandwagon.
Well, then maybe that is the point where at which we turn to the material reality of it all, and which is always sort of a backbone behind all these developments. So I think it's interesting, Cem, that you're saying, for you the difference is also between accessibility, not so much between digital or analog, but also between open and accessible and niche. And you said a similar thing, that there's a shift from an assumption of a general audience to a connoisseurship, audience of peers. And I think one of the interesting things that we were talking about earlier is that in online spaces, it's sometimes counterintuitively more financially smart to address smaller audiences. Or it can because there's different financial incentives. So maybe if we could, as much as you're comfortable sharing, all three of you, how does financial and sort of having to pay rent concerns affect where you work and how you work there, and how critical you can be? I don't know who wants to start. Dena?
Yes. Okay. So I don't have a Patreon there's no paid community aspect of my practice. I kind of started off, I feel like when I was coming up there in New York in undergrad, there was this sort of like zombie formalist boom of people slightly older than me doing very well for themselves and making a living off of their work. That was not, accessible to me or even necessarily of the most interest to me.
Do we have to define zombie?
I will
no, we
leave
don't
that
have
to you. If you want to do that. But it kind of, I graduated into the recession, had this realization that all of the, publishing jobs that my peers would have been getting had just all kind of like vanished in the Condé Nast, centralization of everything, and just kind of woke up in 2010 to realize that everybody was working in branding and strategy in this more kind of like effusive marketing zone. And K-Hole kind of emerged as a critique of that and also kind of playing with the form, and also over the span of 6 years ended up being like pretty solidly recuperated into being a criticism of that, into operating as the thing itself. It all became our day jobs. Now with applied arts as well, I kind of have continued on having this practice of doing branding and strategy consulting as a way to kind of fund my own art practice, but also because the ideas that kind of circulate in that sphere, the very specific economies of language and communication, become the material for my art practice. So that's how I pay my rent.
Yeah, so it's, they run parallel, one funds the other, but also intellectually informed. They intellectually inform one another as well, and they're not in, do they ever come into conflict?
No, I mean, there were a few like client NDAs that I kind of had to wait out, but I think also just another thing to say is that, this promise that I could adjunct, be a professor, have that be the acceptable role that an artist can occupy, I really, that's not accessible. That's not like a livable life in the States at all. So it's sort of been the crumbling of these institutions of like socially acceptable things for artists to do in order to support their work, and have kind of made it more central to my larger project to talk about like what people actually do have to do in order to make things function.
Yeah, I quite like this model where your half your time is occupied with the primary sources of what your practice is about. And I think that's a very, it's a very healthy, relevant type of practice because it's connected to the real world in some meaningful sense. But I think that what we've kind of seen is that there's, although that may be the preferred model to work through, it's available for increasingly few artists, and that your time just tends to get occupied by one or the other, and there's divergent paths. Maybe this relates to the different types of monetization and the different incentives and affordances of these spaces, but maybe to try and, I'll just share like a quick anecdote for this thing of like what you can say in one context and what you can't say in another, that I wrote the first book, if you can call it a book. I guess it was an essay with a lot of pictures. I won't congratulate myself too much. It was like a 10,000 word essay with a lot of pictures. It was in 2018 that I wrote it. I'd been working on it in the background for a while. And
Politigram.
This was Politigram, the Post left. Yeah. And I couldn't find, although memes had reshaped the national political discourse, everyone was up in arms about these transgressive images on the internet. There was no one in the art world who was interested to platform this stuff or to contribute resources to do the work. I was able to get, which I'm very grateful for, and I've been a huge supporter of Rhizom's program, I was able to get a small grant through them. But the entire field, the relevance of this thing was of such a tremendous scale that you would hear about it every day. You would see it every day when you open the internet, and there was total silence from the art world. Like absolutely nothing. I mean, there was like 4 panel discussions. So the way that like all of the internet, all of this language about the open source images and sharing and making aesthetic work that was engaged a public, like all of those things which seem to be implicit in the institution's mission statement that were in some ways captured by made real in a new way through these communications technologies, there was total silence on the front of the art world. So what I did is that I went out and I crowdfunded resources to be able to publish on these topics. And then I wrote another book about it. I did lengthy interviews. I've done numerous collaborative projects, 2 different books with people in that space. I've watched them go from being a radicalized 13-year-old to de-radicalizing, join a local punk band in where they go to college. But the curious thing throughout this process is that the stuff that I wanted to write about, the radical memes themselves, going out onto the platforms then got me shadow banned on Instagram, where I could reach 10% of my audience for almost 2 years. Right, so in the programming that we did with Rhizome at the New Museum Theater, I'm able to project these memes in a space in which they can be shown for contemplation and critical discourse, and then if you try to show it on the platform, you are removed.
And can we, I know this is, everybody knows what it is, but nobody knows what is, how did you experience and what is shadow banning in that context?
Sure. Shadow banning is it's a deprioritization of your account that when you post to your audience, only a fraction of people can see it. So this is a way of roughly quarantining dissident political narratives into self-contained groups. There's, I think, broadly agreed upon risks that happen when people are deplatformed, that this actually increases radicalization and it results downstream in dangerous and antisocial behavior and all sorts of things. So it is, there are certain measures, cost-benefit analysis in different cases, but largely it is better to keep people on the platform but to keep their voices very, very low versus, being able to spread misinformation and all sorts of things that really ramped up during the pandemic. So shadow ban is, say you have 100 followers and you post it, you expect your 100 friends to see your post, 10 of them are going to see it as opposed to the other 90. It won't show up in their feed. That's just the quick explanation. So, but what I wanted to try and demonstrate through this example is that I have since realized that there were certain affordances and the possibility of having other conversations in the old institutional structures that are just literally not possible to conduct on the platforms. So, so where do you go from here? Do you try to rejoin the institutions? Do you try to stake out, this increasingly marginal position on the platforms? I think what I've come to in alignment with new models and also interdependence through our project channel is that institutions have a cyclical relevance, and there may be a period, I think largely is the case in the United States, less so for Europe, but they may be captured by certain interests, cultural, political interests, and they may have just simply aged out, where contemporary art will become something analogous to opera, which is like a time capsule of the period in which it existed. But this does not mean that the structure of an institution or the purpose of a media should be disregarded. We need new institutional structures to properly canonize, lend expertise, contextualize these works, because the only other viable alternative, which is posting to the platforms, is, as shown through these projects, just not possible to do through the incentives and also through shadow ban and so on.
I also just feel like Rhizome is a really good example of a sort of para-institution with the new museum that has been sort of shepherding in more kind of emergent behaviors and digital cultures of things that are just happening and affecting people's lives on the internet, and being the ones to say, like, this is important and this is something that needs to be looked at, and really kind of countering these old world notions of like what is tasteful and what is crass, which is where memes and internet culture just kind of gets, ghettoized a bit.
Yeah, and I think, if you look back to some of the origins of these institutions, it can be as simple as something that was a listserv. Like it was an email blast, or it was a project space where, a handful of artists used to just like pin their friends' work to the wall. So they have quite humble origin stories. And maybe this emergent behavior that has cropped up through social media in the last few years just needs a new generation of people to lend aesthetic expertise to those topics, and a new institutional place to show these things. Yeah.
Do you want to respond directly? Because otherwise I would also kick it to you to sort of, because I think the conversation also differs a little bit between the US and Europe, because the question when we talk about new institutions is always where would the money come from? We're currently in the Bundeskunsthalle, so in the federally funded institution in the former capital. In the US it's always, it's often, unless with a few exceptions, connected to very, very, very wealthy individuals. And I was wondering if that should play into where the new institutions could come from. Where does one go to house and preserve criticality, criticism, and critique? Cem, do you have a way to loop into that conversation?
I guess I have a response which is like in between both of your questions. For me, it was a bit different in the way that, like, for example, doing things like Patreon or crowdfunding wasn't so successful, and I kind of floated around a bit, and then this having a job as a cultural assistant was the main way I supported myself since like starting Freeze. That was the biggest chunk of this, I guess. And then beyond that, for me, it's more about first of all, like maybe having some ethical consideration or some sort of consideration of like conflicts of interest while accepting invitations. And beyond that, I'm more interested in doing things that kind of keep memes as digital first entities, artifacts, whatever you want to call them, while creating physical projects that kind of support that narrative. That, like, I think I also don't agree that like a blanket no on doing physical projects is the right thing to do just because digital projects are more important. I am definitely more interested in just making memes online and just posting them. But then I think if an opportunity arises, then it is possible to use it in a way that would give credit to memes as culture, as digital folklore, and kind of support it from below, let's say. And because I think the typical examples of exhibiting memes are usually just like, I don't know, making paintings of them or like posters of them. And I think that totally ignores the semantics of memes and like what memes mean, and because they're not so much about what are in the images, but more about how images circulate. And when you turn into a painting, you kind of assume that painting is superior to digital culture, and kind of you try to reach that level and turn it into like a tangible object. For me, it's more about also to support myself now. For me, these days are kind of like a turning point and like experimenting with all of these. I'm more interested in doing things that kind of situate memes in like physical spaces, objects, and then turn them into things that people can purchase, like maybe as multiples. As for me, for example, zines were the most interesting and successful way to support myself or like create a model. So that kind of stuff interests me more.
I think it's interesting that you said that you talked about memes as sort of working from below, is what I think you said, which sort of gives them, which suggests that there's still some leftover idea of they can positively, sort of the logic of memes, the logic of platforms can positively disrupt sort of a staleness that happens in other places. And I thought it was interesting that you, I think 2 days ago maybe, posted about, so now we can talk about a recent moment in the art world of people, I don't know, throwing various foodstuffs on famous oil paintings around the world. And you and I spoke about it, and you said soup cans. In Germany, it's mashed potatoes generally. And it was interesting that you posted about, which is something that the legacy media and newspapers have been very upset by, but you posted about that in a positive lens, as sort of something that you admired. Can you talk about your view of these events and how you think they work with different logics and different attention structures?
I think I should start by saying that I'm not 100% sure, agree with every action that these protesters are doing. But what I find interesting in this discussion is not to consider them seriously and not give them any space. I think people are very, I think it's, that's also what I realized on my account, that like I can really say that there were two subjects that got such an emotional and negative response when I posted. One of them was Islamophobia, and the second one was about these climate protests. And people have very illogical arguments about why they don't make sense. Some people say that like this is not how governments are going to change, which I find really funny because I think that almost assumes that museums are not spaces where these discourses can happen, and kind of really like in a glorified way they just say that museums are apolitical, basically. Mm-hmm. And in that way I find it very interesting that these, and then people, there's also like a whole, through posting these memes, I got some interesting examples of, I think it's Brian Eno, who I have to say, like, basically seeped his urine into a Duchamp like fountain sculpture at MoMA in the 90s, or like there's like a whole tradition of like damaging. Well, I think his name was Pinocelli, who destroyed two of fountains, like the two of the replicas, as a statement. And then these are kind of always seen from a critical point of view, giving these people who take these actions some benefit of the doubt in what they do, even though I actually agree with them even less than the protesters themselves. And yeah, I think it's just, to me, it's just weird that these people don't get the, like, they're not, even in those protests, when they, the things that they say on camera are not like taken, no one responds to them in the art world.
Mm-hmm. I think that what the protesters are kind of enacting is the fact that, you know, Carly and Julian mentioned earlier, the Van Gogh is the meme, and they are attaching their actions to a culturally significant image and amplifying their message through that, which is a pretty known, you know, internet tactic. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think maybe that, I don't know if you want to talk about this now, but just in as much as museums are meme factories, mm-hmm. More and more every day. Mm-hmm. So putting them in opposition might be a kind of false.
Mm-hmm. False dichotomy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I like to look at this framing that the platforms created the incentives for people to go to museums and destroy artworks.
Yeah.
So I think there's a war that's an infra-ruling class dispute about how culture should be organized, mm-hmm. and that there's a portion of that prefers the museum structure, and there's a portion that prefers the platform structure, and those are the forces that are really duking it out in society. That's what's shaping the world. So a lot of times when we, you know, parade in our like stinky anarchist LARP, we are doing the dirty work of somebody else who's pulling the strings behind the scenes. So I mean, my sense is that with the financialization of art, there's very few places in society. You had mentioned that, you know, museums should be a place where these conversations can happen. I think it's more of a problem that there are so few places in society where you can have these conversations. Just, you know, abstractly, conceptually, where could you imagine going to destroy a multi-million-dollar object? There's not many places in society where you can access it. And so coordinating something as simple as a reading group of like radical politics in New York. I mean, my experience is really specific to the States, but I think the States that model is kind of slowly being rolled out everywhere else. You know, where can you have that conversation? Not many places. And so, yeah, I worry that what's going to happen in this course of financialization is that the increasing political instability, I think there's a hazard in this conversation generally that we have not, we're extrapolating out curves that are very unsustainable. And so what, you know, the waning possibilities for criticism should do is to prove correct over time, that we are like, in a way, trend forecasters in our critical analysis, right? That we're holding, to make a crypto analogy, like we're staking out a position that we know is going to be correct or valuable in the future, and we're doing that against the odds right now. So imagine, if you will, a world in which the art world has been completely financialized. Museums are under increasing stress and attack from activist groups under conditions of political instability. And what you see in that model is that the institutions are becoming less accountable to a public. They're having less of a impact on the asset price. They're increasingly inward and elite focused. And so the activist attacks on art are going to become the excuse for museums to finally close to the public. And then you get just totally inward elite capture of cultural institutions, pure financialization, no public accountability, and you get a political dystopia because these activists are just wrong in their prescriptions. They're like, I mean, we're like the idea of like, okay, we're going to power our society just as long as the sun shines and you know it's not cloudy or like it doesn't rain or whatever. Some of these ideas are just flat out bad, right? These are like actually very, very minoritarian ideas. So yeah, I see different factions now being instrumentalized by these two ruling class interests of broadly, in a cultural sense, aligned with the platform, aligned with the institution. And, you know, we are more or less like pawns choosing temporary alliances and critical support with one side or the other to further our agenda. But I think this bodes very, very poorly for our field, these activist attacks on art.
Yeah, just moving forward, I just want to say that actually, like, I guess 98% of these protests don't have any intention to harm these artworks, or they didn't, because these kind of paintings especially are
the next
always...
one will. The next one will. These are the incentives. You get more and more views, which is what the platforms have designed, that when someone finally does destroy it and it's not behind glass, that's going to outperform 1,000,000 to 1 that like, oh, this one, you know, the next comment doesn't say, it's actually safe, don't worry.
I have to say, I think that's like a shallow reading of this, because I personally don't feel like, not because I agree or disagree with what they do, but I just don't feel like I'm in a position to criticize them unless I do offer an alternative in forms of protest to what they do. And also considering the imminence of climate breakdown and how real this is, like even just this year, all the things that happen in the world, even in Germany, on the Rhine, how like these are very clear signs of what we're going through. So like unless I can personally do something that is an alternative to what these protesters are doing, I feel like I'm not in a position to criticize what they do, because they have no intent of harm in doing this, and they are not harming these artworks. And I think we are in a desperate situation to kind of draw attention by any means necessary.
Okay, so yeah.
Just to get into it, if I can just build on that scenario that you're outlining, one institutional response that doesn't, you know, that protects their own assets but doesn't really negate the act of protest is shifting their activity onto the digital sphere. I could see that in some boardroom being the discussion. Well, why don't we kind of take more activity if there is like a kind of increased closure or threshold to a public, let's move things into the digital space, which then kind of loses one of the major assets of a museological structure and institution, which is the physical space, ability to conduct these conversations in person. So that is, I mean, this is really like throwing the ball pretty far down the line, but I would see that as being, you know, kind of a shame, because I think what museums have kind of realized is their asset over the last 10 years. You saw this in New York a lot with like PS1 or the Guggenheim kind of renting themselves out as a venue, new museum as well. Yeah. Is the museum as real estate is like really quite like formidable function that they can have for a public.
Yeah, yeah, it's I imagine a version of this to just extrapolate a little further, that imagine a museum that's so hollowed out that it has to close to the public because of activist stunts, and then it just literally becomes a content production media company where they're a YouTube channel or something like that. Yeah, I mean, I think that we should make explicit here, and this is more so the dynamic in the States, but like the place that the you know, American museum funding comes from is like the reason why the donors are so enriched is because everyone else is under conditions of severe austerity. Yeah. And so the reason why people are taking these dramatic actions is because there's no other political action, like they are desperate. I completely agree with this. But I'm not sure that these actions are actually going to further a solution to the problem of like tightening budgets and austerity and declining quality of life. I think that this is a moment of elite reckoning that we may have actually very little influence on, right? It's going to be decided in a closed room of whether they want to allow art to turn into purely financial asset and close institutions to the public, or if there's a bit of reckoning, which may be in the grand scope of neoliberalism and the late 20th century, that a lot of these ideas, the kind of like Milton Friedman, Hayek ideas of like how you would organize society and what free markets meant, and all of those things that are really, in an ideological sense, anti-institutional, and that they depend on like the integrity of price signals to direct resources and attention and whatever. Those ideas went into the design of the platforms. If you get an Audible subscription, if you get, it's part of Amazon, right? You get a complimentary free copy of the audiobook of The Road to Serfdom by F.A. Hayek, right? So I think there's a real conflict that's emerging here, and we may. I'm hopeful that there's enough of a few legitimate, well-intentioned people in the room that they will recognize that this period of elite reckoning has to be met with a really sizable ideological shift. It's being played out in the arena of cultural institutions, but I don't think that we are powerful actors in this game.
We being?
We as artists, as critics, as participants in that world, people who make content or voice opinions.
I mean, I would also say that the trend in exhibition, content over the last however many, let's just say 10 years, isn't about putting more Van Goghs on the wall. It's about putting more Pip Bloody wrists. It's really kind of, not necessarily ivory towering even more than museums already are, but it is moving towards this like experientially fueled democratization of art in order for those spaces to kind of produce content that then exists on Instagram, which then feed back into the cultural validity of the institution again. So I don't, foresee people throwing cans of soup or potatoes at like in a Yayoi Kusama infinity room. That image sounds so good.
That's a good meme. That would
more
do
potatoes
well.
That would be ice cream, yeah.
Excellent.
At least you can just squeegee the thing.
Exactly.
It's already behind glass.
Yeah.
But to maybe abstract from various foodstuffs in museums, I think what we're sort of getting to is something of an idea that different forms of distribution of information have or don't have inherent types of politics. And Josh, you referenced your book Politogram earlier, which sort of traced a certain section of young political radicals on Instagram and other places, and now but now you're also saying, if I may sort of translate that, there's different rich people at work in institutions and in platforms. They have just read different books, basically. The billionaires that running the platform have read sort of capitalist and have read Hayek or various anarcho-capitalists, and the question is then: is there at all a meaningful difference in the inherent politics between these different media? Do you have political choices at all in where you distribute anything? Like, do you think about that at all? Sorry, it's a wordy question, but.
I think the hope is that we could, so let's analogize New York Times over here, Substack over there, cultural institution over here, influencers over there, broadly in this two-sided framework. If a narrative is not sufficiently represented in the legacy format, what alternative media should do is create the strong signal that collects people to gather under a set of ideas, and then building sufficient interest in those ideas, the most activated following of that audience will then become members and found some type of organization, and then that can become a competing structure to the legacy media, political party, what have you. So it's a curious landscape where I think the hope is that through creating that strong signal, you want to build something that can upset or incorporate a narrative into an institutional structure that seems to be missing from it. But the particular way in which our media ecosystem is designed now is really, really oppositional to those things. And it creates fandoms, it creates things, audiences that follow sensationalism and outrage and all sorts of like divisive, nonsensical tabloid type of low information understanding of these issues. And I've written a bit about this, that I'm hopeful that some of these new emerging monetization schemes will allow for different formations to exist. Like you've seen influencers mobilize their following to do political canvassing and things like this. And you've seen in some instances political organizations form out of Twitch streamers, content creators, things like this. Like there are inklings of that happening, but it's really, really the anomaly. The overwhelming majority of these spaces is that you just get audiences that are kind of lizard brain dialed into cooking videos and porn and prank videos and like, the stuff that thrives in the internet environment. Yeah, is it going to be possible to do that? I'm not totally sure, but that would be the hope. At least like that's what the implication could be. That you start a magazine, it culminates in an organization a few years later that is an institution or a political party or whatever.
So maybe like where we're at today, though, is legacy media, legacy institutions looking at what is happening in these more kind of grassroots, dark forest communities, and using a lot of the materials that are getting shared around on Discords and whatnot as like citational references that then get sucked back up into the like aggregator, New York Magazine article version of it. So I don't necessarily know. I think that we're just like in this like cloudy moment where both of these things are existing simultaneously. And legacy media is still trying to or legacy institutions are still trying to function as like context rich and are maybe information poor and are looking to more of the kind of community or mimetic, engines for that information.
So I think we've been moving between a bunch of, and we can decide whether utopian or dystopian future scenarios, and we've scoped forward a little bit. So unless we need to say something before we open it up, I think we'll open it up to questions a little bit before our allotted opening time, if that's all right. So if you want to join our discussion about institutions, platforms, and so forth, or about anything else that we should have addressed, we'd be happy to take the questions. There's microphones somewhere over there. And
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks a lot for this. I'm just curious. I mean, you're always talking about sort of this meshing of legacy institutions, this other thing. What are your ideals then? I mean, honestly, would you like to be out there in the real world? What is it, or where do you want to exist?
Do you have someone that question is particularly directed towards?
No,
or is
because
it just
you're all kind of wavering sometimes, and that's sort of, it just kind of interests me that way. I mean, because there's a lot of this discussion away from the keyboard, there's all that kind of interpretation as well. And I know that it's really hard, and that's why I'm trying to understand it myself. And so how is it that you want to exist? Would you rather just sort of be...
touch Earth.
Yeah. Would you want to be on Earth? Would you like to be on Earth? Do you want to get rid of the legacy institutions? Do you want to get rid of you always said with Condé Nast buying everything up. I mean, how do you do it? How do you exist? And I think that's really, it's a dilemma. And I see this dilemma in your discussion, and I'd just like to know where you'd like to be.
I can just go off on that one.
Yeah, please do.
I mean, I feel like I'm a very social creature, and I think that all of the all of the organizations and collaborations that I've worked within have been working towards a kind of tight communal sphere of discourse amongst peers. I feel very much a part of a community, and for that I'm very thankful. I don't think that the touching earth on the keyboard dichotomy is reflective of the existence that we live under, and that is just the reality that we're parsing. But in terms of am I only interested in existing in an online community? I mean, I think that some of these literal new models that are emerging are about kind of bridging those two things. And I think that we've seen a sort of shift, especially during COVID, of the internet becoming a much smaller place with fragmentation away from some of these, big platforms towards the kind of cozy net on, that meshes like a Discord, a Telegram, a, WhatsApp group and all of that.
I mean, I think in a very abstract way, the ideal is to kind of create a structure where you are you can pay your bills, you have a sort of a regular form of income that doesn't compromise your critical position. And that can take different shapes. I think we are in a very fluid period for all of this. So it's just, I think we are all kind of having our own attempts at trying to do this with the opportunities that come or with things that happen. And I think this is actually the case for anyone too. I think it's the same with being a critic hired by a newspaper too, that's actually not a very different model than this. Mm-hmm. Just from a different age. So it's, I don't really see a conflict in that. I think it's a more fluid question.
Mm-hmm. I think we can bracket out various scenarios for this, but Carly, for example, from New Models showed a graph in one of the talks earlier today where there was the declining pay per word of journalists, writers, and so on. And I think it went from, if I recall, let's say 1980 to 2010 or something like that. I think these are questions of political economy at a certain point, because the most preferable environment is to be in the 1960s or 70s under American New Deal liberalism or social democracy in Europe, where people get paid $100,000 to mind a candy store, and they don't really have to worry about what they're getting paid per word because you don't have to earn a living through your creative work, right? And so during that period, there was an elite consensus of how to organize society that allowed for much more prosperous conditions, and culture flourished, given the right political economic grounding from which it could grow out of. And so we've seen a waning of that, which is neoliberalism and then insult to injury, that when institutions had already been hollowed out from their funding and had to rely increasingly on private donors, then the platforms come in and it's just like the last nail in the coffin. And then, not to mention that, I think I'm paraphrasing something from Dena here that you wrote for eFlux, is that Krusty the Clown is saying that he will drop his pants for pay, and then you find out, you go onto YouTube and somebody else is already dropping their pants for free. So there's no hope to get paid whatsoever. So I think we can kind of calibrate back to there's an impoverished way to produce culture, which is distribution through platforms. There's a preferable alternative, which is institutional structures and philanthropy. And then there's the best case solution, which is political, economic, and not really within the purview of institutions. That is New Deal liberalism, social democracy in Europe, or just general Keynesian consensus among the ruling elites.
Mm-hmm. I don't see a question immediately up. Maria is walking to, okay. No? Yes, okay.
Hi. This is, I'm too small for this, wait. Thank you so much for this incredible exchange. I am so full of inspiration right now. two ideas that I would love you to keep on fostering, and practices that already show basically a direct connection to society through the specific channels you have chosen. So I have 3 different questions here based on some notes. The first one would be to Cem A. You refer to the kind of labor that you do with memes applied to collaborations with institutions, and that there is always this moment where institutions are ignoring the semantics, or like how little internet referred to with the physics of this material, of this of these channels. I'm wondering of the platforms of media. So I'm wondering how can memes be this if memes are not replacing anything, but are rather complementary to cultural shifts? How would you pursue a further application of them into a collaboration with institutions, if we agree that institutions are the places where this labor can be better sustained for all art workers? The second would be for Joshua, the question of political economy and the way how we create something meaningful in times of stagnation. So how do you see yourself doing that in this not very clear process from meme to museum, or from platform to institution? I would be interested in seeing what would be like ad hoc, a practical step that you would give. And the third would be to Dena, the top-down nature of museums and willing to be democratic, or pretending to be. What would you suggest in that sense? It's like if the pieces of content that we're all producing come together in a meaningful way. Again, thank you.
That's 3 questions we can run with. Do you want to start, Cem?
Sure. I think first of all, I should say that I see like the exhibition of memes in institutions as one venue that memes can be appreciated as cultural artifacts. I think they are already appreciated online, and like they obviously reach more people online and contribute to a conversation. But I also don't see any harm in also placing them in physical spaces if this benefits this form of digital folklore, let's say. So in that, I think, yeah, it's all about trying to keep memes as digital first, and then above these physical spaces conceptually, and then they can be sort of diluted and placed in spaces to give credit or bring more people into the conversation about memes. And one example of this for me was like this project I did at the Barbican was actually, I took over the information monitors in the building, and the idea was not to just put memes on the screens, but I think information screens are quite interesting because they're also like some sort of social and digital space that we interact with, even though it's very didactic. So the idea was to take text references from memes, like sentences like birds aren't real, for instance, which is this fake conspiracy theory, making fun of conspiracy theories, and then just placing this in a physical context. And Barbican also has a sort of an older, let's say more conservative audience. So I think that juxtaposition was quite interesting. And the second aim of this was to actually kind of hopefully create a situation where these encounters of people with these odd texts would find their way back into the internet, that kind of try to project memes into a physical space, and then hope that they will have, again, digital reflections through that space and gain new meanings. And I think as long as this hierarchy that keeps digital memes above physical spaces, yeah, I have no hesitation to do projects and think about it that way.
I'll respond to Maria's question. Just to reiterate, it's about cultural stagnation and how to find places for what I would describe as taking creative risk, which seems to be disappearing. I think that what you see in the fields of cinema and in music is that we have now collected so much data about these fields, about what will perform well. This is maybe, I'm sure Dena actually has thoughts about this in a marketing sense, but that you more or less are able to market test before you make the investment. And so there's something like an early adopters benefit where we see legacy IP like, you know, Star Wars or Marvel or these kind of infinite reboots that we seem to be trapped in. And then you see pop stars that have very lengthy careers, whereas the new people relatively pop up and then disappear with increasingly shorter careers. I think of the film The Irishman as a perfect example of this, that it was more cost-effective to invent software to make Robert De Niro younger than to invest in the career of a new actor, right? So that's kind of like the ultimate example of like a stagnation in like a period of American history where the cost of living was, only so much, and there were more ample resources, and then people could do this wild experimentation, take all forms of creative risk, because they were not dependent or as dependent on markets to obtain the necessary goods for survival. So during that period, like, whether your painting show was a hit or a flop, you were at relatively lower risk to lose your housing, energy, healthcare, food, or what have you. And now the state for a lot of people who are, of the younger generation, and certainly the kids who are coming up, if every show you produce is not a guaranteed hit, then the cost of failure is that you are severely impoverished, burdened with debts, unable to meet your overhead, and so on. So, yeah, I think the best example that we have for this, given the just practical realities, are things like you try to find good actors in the current institutional structures that can subsidize the tremendous risks and costs associated with producing art. This is how we find ourselves in institutions, you know. Yeah, and maybe I certainly can relate to your experience as an editor and having to facilitate projects against, severe conditions for the talent that you're trying to cultivate and promote.
Yeah, and I guess to answer the question about what arts institutions can do in a turn towards whatever actual democratization might look like, I think the Irishman example is really good, because that's something that art institutions can do, is can take, the old, make De Niro young again, but also put him in the context of like another young artist who might need that clout in order to sort of buttress their own, market value or importance or canonization or whatever. I think that that's something that an art institution can do really well, is contextualize the new and the old, rather than sort of regurgitating in a pretty retrograde way of like the hits. The other things that I think can happen I understand this question is coming from like a what are your solutions sort of perspective, which I appreciate. And I would just say that like looking at what the material needs of those producing art and those receiving the art are, and like most artists that I know are time poor and poor, and usually the space to produce work, the time to produce work that is remunerated in some form or another, is something that an institution can do. And then the third thing, which I think that we haven't touched on so much, is like, can the institution function as an archive, which is a resource that a lot of individual artists or communities can't really, afford with their own infrastructure. Rhizome, not to just like keep harping back on it, but like that is one of the larger projects that they're having, is like creating a sort of living archive of a very specific slice and time span of net art. So I'd say that those are just a few.
Mm-hmm. I don't see anything immediate coming up. I think one of the, and I think this might be
a place to sort of wrap up some ideas if we have anything else that you guys want to add. But I do think one of the interesting things is that in a panel that is called Memes in Museums, we didn't call it that, but that sort of there's this, the answer to criticism after Instagram is we should go back to before Instagram, or with like a certain defense of institutions. And I think then the next question for that we can talk about also is that there's a reason why people had a desire to move beyond institutions in the first place. And the question I think that's going to be interesting, and I think this is also, for example, a difference between Germany and the US. It's harder to be really nostalgic about New Deal sort of timeframes in Germany for obvious historical reasons. And so I think one of the interesting things will be if we really do want to preserve institutions, if that is really something that we want and we think that they serve an important function, we have to think about how do we maintain them while also getting rid of some of the staleness, the closedness, the elitism, the racism, the so forth that institutions have had in that moment too, in that historical moment too. And so I'm not saying that we can solve that in the remaining 6 minutes, but I think that it would be my takeaway that if we agree that that is the project to build new institutions, the question is how can we build them in a way that preserves that and avoids those pitfalls.
I'd say like in an ideal form, legacy institutions are pro-complexity. They're spaces for discourse that afford a level of time spent with work and ideas. And that is something that is extremely valuable and is devalued on other digital platforms that are kind of harping on your attention spans and whatnot. So I think that is a critical element of institutions that may have been like kowtowed a little bit towards the incentives of social media platforms, but should be protected at all costs, I think.
Yeah, it's an enormous frame, but I think what I would say in response to this is that the contrarian position of saying that platforms are a less preferable alternative to institutions is not meant to valorize all of the baggage that comes along with institutions. But I think in contrast to extrapolating out these curves, a thing that we are very likely headed towards is so much worse than New Deal liberalism or social democracy or whatever, under the conditions of extreme climate breakdown, severe austerity, like on the more dystopian end of the spectrum. So in hindsight, to elucidate what was relatively more functional, not utopian, but relatively more functional, I think the power of that argument is that even given all of their compromised histories, it's still better than what's coming up. And so it's actually meant to be a very an example coming already from a position of defeat to exaggerate, or to not exaggerate, to emphasize how severe the consequences will be in the near future.
I think I have more of a romantic answer to this, which is I think also like using social media and also trying to navigate institutions in this way. I think my hope is to kind of invoke more like collectivism and more accountability in these structures and just normalizing that, because I think how institutions display art and like how didactic this is, no matter what they try, like the idea of starting from the idea of a white cube, it's just very unquestionable. And I think it's also important to distinguish between people who use social media and then like as you said, like that J curve and like being on top of that J curve are more visible. But I think it's also important to emphasize that there are many people who can also use social media as a form of criticism, even if they're like single stories and incidents that happened. I think that's also like a very valuable way to kind of interact with institutions. And I think hopefully our work can kind of normalize that too, that like other people's voices are also heard through this, that because this becomes a route that you can take to and use it as an open forum to interact with institutions.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that is actually, I think, a great way to end, because we have three very different ways, and the one thing that we agree on right now is that the pro-complexity argument, that there's a desire to keep things moving and keep things complex. And any last closing words? Otherwise, that's the closing words. Thank you very much for sitting with us for an hour and a half. And thank you, Cem, Joshua, and Dena.
Ich möchte jetzt unser letztes Panel in diesem
I want to now announce our last panel for the evening, critical infrastructure, what can be built, and as a follow-up to what we heard before, when we talk about new institutional structures, there's usually the link to communities that form themselves. And that is also what this panel is addressing, because Cassie Thornton, who has consistently focused on the unknown, on the unforeseen forms of collectivity, is also interested in institutional criticism, but also in healing methods. So she's focusing on these topics. And the unforeseen, or the unforeseen possible, has actually happened. So we have two of our guests joining us online. Massimiliano unfortunately cannot be here as he's ill. And we have two guests who are joining us remotely. So enjoy the talk.
Yeah, thank you very much. Angela, welcome to the last panel of the first day of 6 days in total. Welcome in the stream. This is, I am Kolja Reichert. I'm curator for discourse at the Bundeskunsthalle, co-curator together with Angela Lammert of this conference, which for a moment felt like it's falling apart yesterday when the German train system was stuck and it seemed like no one was able to actually get here. This is the reason why we have Julio and Cassie on screen. But before we get into the matter of actual infrastructural failure, just a brief reflection on the role of critique and how it has changed and what we have learned also over the day. There was a certain time when critics felt safe, I think, when criticality was nearly a currency that would grant you university teaching positions, that would make your artwork more apt to get reviews in certain critical magazines that produced value based on criticism. And today, I experience this day as a kind of further disillusionment about the efficiency of criticism. We saw how it was sidelined by platform capitalism taking over everything, including our souls and minds. Mm-hmm. And I trust that we invited 3 people tonight who might expand our imagination in what alternative and sustainable infrastructures might be possible. We have Julio Linares, born in Guatemala, living in Berlin, a cultural economist, no, an economic anthropologist, I'm sorry, Julio, who studied under David Gregor and organizes with groups around the world around climate debt and environmental issues. And he co-founded, as part of a big movement which is called Circles Universal Basic Income, Circles UBI, which I had problems finding anything in the internet about, which is exciting in the first place. Cassie Thornton is an artist, head of the feminist economic department, who in her work and practice always has researched the historical and materialistic foundations of art and other societal infrastructures. Cassie has worked alongside hedge fund managers along the topic of debt, both historical and economical, and how the matter of debt is deeply ingrained in our daily livings and beings. And Cassie founded the Hologram, which I would characterize as a peer-to-peer network of care that crosses all hierarchies and can permeate any institution, which Cassie is currently busy helping with in German hospitals. And we have Fernando-García Dory, one of the founders of Inland. In 2009, 2010, this group of today 11 people looked into building an infrastructure from artistic and architectural thinking, but connected to actual community building and soil management in the north of Spain. Mm-hmm. Inland has recently more and more been talked about as an alternative infrastructure and an interesting art project, with a wider shift from autonomous art to applied art. No, not applied art, but like art as a field where you could think about different modes of organization, which led to, no surprise, inland being also invited in the Lombung community in this year's Documenta. I would like to start with Cassie. I hope you all got some rest. I mean, yesterday night, I have to mention this because we are here in a state infrastructure, right? A cultural institution by the state. And these guys have been caught in Uelzen yesterday after a 6 hours train ride from Berlin, which is near Lüneburg, and had to take a bus back at night, bringing them early morning back to Berlin. Thank you for still being available online. So much for state infrastructures. It seems to be a moment where there's really like growing space to think about alternative infrastructures. Cassie, you also author something that happened today here. We saw a man crying, sometimes in the audience, sometimes in the restrooms. Can you maybe tell us the secret behind this crying?
Yeah, thanks for having me there. Yeah, so this person is a friend of Kruger, and I hired him because I asked when I was first invited to be in this conference if there would be a way to make space for feelings that are not usually allowed in a space like this or at a conference like this. And it's a project and a practice that I've been working with and on for many years, I think for over a decade. I've often paid performers or actors produce the feeling in spaces that I don't have the guts to produce, when those feelings, I feel like, are really important information. And so the feeling, I think, to be honest, when I was invited into this.
And Angela, if I may add.
And Angela, yeah. Totally. I think that I had a real struggle about if I should come, because sometimes I feel like more discourse, spending more time in more art institutions, it feels like it takes away from organizing. And sometimes it feels like it takes away from the real important work that's happening in the world. And I feel a lot of grief around what is happening in the world in the way that many art institutions are not able to respond, but most institutions aren't able to respond. So I think that Kruger played a really important role today, sort of creating structure.
I'm sorry you missed out on it, Cassie, on your own work. I was close to crying the first time I saw Fudu, and certainly his experience in Buto came through. And I remembered something that you said earlier this summer when we talked. Criticism should hurt. No, you said criticism hurts. Yeah, so we had someone crying. But maybe, Cassie, just quickly, what is good criticism? Like, when does criticism hurt? What is a good feedback that could work? Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Julio, I would love to hear. Sorry. Yeah. Yeah.
Support.
Mm. Mm. I do have friends I love who I sometimes have battles with even online. Or I feel in a conversation that something could be even taken online. Here's a little shout out. And this is a very vulnerable position we put each other in. If everything is just like shortly before landing online and be exposed in a huge audience, which relates to Circles UBI kind of being, opaque. So I would love to hear from Julio. I also heard that Fulu, the performer who cried today, is part of Circles UBI. So I would love to learn more about this network that the Bundeskunsthalle has been working together today. Julio, could you expand a bit on what critical alternative infrastructure you are busy building?
State infrastructure failing. And so now we're here joining online. So I work on a project that's called Circles UBI, which is really trying to create some sort of infrastructure for the commons. And what I mean by the commons in this sense is to, what we're trying to do is to create a monetary system, a monetary fabric that is powered by people. So you might know, or you might have heard, that today's way in which money or debt is produced happens through central banks who issue out the deposits and reserves that then private banks use to issue more debt out, and eventually it gets to people in the form of wages. But of course, this is a very extractivist system. So when we talk about struggles that have to do with mining or extractivism in any form of way, what we're really talking about is debt or debt extraction. And so what Circles is trying to do is to make a system that instead focuses the economy on people, whereby people are the ones who are issuing the money, not as a form of debt with an interest that you have to pay back to a bank or to the state, but as an unconditional basic income. An unconditional basic income, or bedingungsloses Grundeinkommen of Deutsch, is it's a very important struggle in the present moment, so that we can actually do a transition. What a basic income is can be defined as an unconditional amount of money that is given to people or in this case, it is issued by people, without any form of means testing or work requirements. So you do not have to prove to anyone that you are poor, or that you're a specific gender, or that you have so many children. But normally, a basic income is thought about from the perspective of the state. So what we're trying to do with Circles is to say, we don't want to wait for the state to give us a basic income. How about if we give it to ourselves? So in that sense, Circles is really a peer-to-peer network for exchange, for local trade to take place. So to support what you will call the local economy or the regional economy. And so why is this important? Well, it's not just the trains that are failing these days. You saw recently how the gas pipelines that cross from Russia to Europe were also destroyed. You have supply chain breakages all over the world, which is causing prices to go up, while people's wages are still the same. And so what we're trying to do with Circles in the pilot that we're running in Berlin is to say, what happens if we could build our own value chains, our own value networks, our own supply chains, in a way where it can bring local resilience to the economy? So we work with businesses, we work with farmers, we work with co-ops that produce their own stuff, produce their own food, or give services, as they're called today. It can be therapy, it can be any form. It can be a Steuerberater, which is very important in Germany, unfortunately. Everyone needs a tax advisor. So we have some in the network as well that accept Circles. But just basically anything that allows people to free up time. Because that's what basic income is really about, is to give people the power to say no, and to have the time to do what they want to do. In this case, it would be no to a government, no to a boss, or no even to a violent partner. So we're doing this pilot now for about a bit over a year, and it's quite small. I would say it's about 700 people, more or less, 700 to 1,000 people. We work with about a bit more over 30 businesses in the area of Berlin and also Brandenburg a little bit. And what we're really trying to do is to build some form of local economic counterpower to say, what happens when these shocks come, when the sort of crises that we're living in happen. How could we develop tools, infrastructures that allow communities to withstand the waves and the crises as they come?
Mm-hmm. There's a certain reason why money has most of history been issued, or like at least modern history, been issued by a central bank. Central banks are an answer to the problem of trust. If you work with money, you need to trust its value. Central banks do that. The state guarantees the value, right? We have, of course, in the last years seen exciting experiments with blockchain technology, where the question of trust is managed by a shared protocol and like rule of game. So whoever has enough like calculation power to solve the riddle, to add the next block to the chain, gets some reward. And that is how trust is organized there. I didn't yet fully understand how you organize trust and how, I mean, I understand it in like a regional community where you have face-to-face encounters. But if we would make a jump and imagine it globally, how would people trust each other worldwide that the money they issue to each other has value?
Yes, this is a very, very good question. In Circles, we work a lot with the principle of trust. So we even have a critique around the blockchain world that is based on trustlessness, or at least it was for the first decade. And now people are coming around because of projects like Circles to understand the importance of trust, of human trust, that is not mediated by machines, or in another way. So how can you build infrastructures that promote trust, and where the digital infrastructure is just a way of expanding that? So one analogy that we always give to people is this idea of the 6 degrees of separation that connect anyone on the planet. And so in the Circles network, when you want to enter Circles, you need to have 3 people in the current implementation, at least 3 people who already are in the network to trust you. And what the trust means is to say, to validate that this person is a person, so instead of having someone scan your passport or your retina or some crazy type of data mining of sorts, what happens is people say, hey, yeah, this person is nice, I trust them, I'm willing to accept their circles, I trust them, and so they enter, and when they enter, they can basically pay anyone within the network indirectly. So if, for example, if the Pope were to be in circles, and I know that I trust Cassie, and Cassie trusts you, Kolja, and Kolja, you know someone who knows the Pope, I could trigger a payment to pay the Pope through all these different trust relations. So there is sort of a rippling, or we call it transitive exchange or transitive trust. And so this is these mechanisms allows us to have a network that is hyper local and potentially global. So at the moment we have about 200,000 accounts or validated accounts all over the planet. So we have people trying to use circles in places like Chile, places like Costa Rica, in the Netherlands. Sometimes we get orders in the marketplace we have from the Philippines with people trying to buy stuff for circles there. But at the moment, we're really just focused on Berlin because we know we're in a type of research and development phase to make this infrastructure more resilient.
And what is the material infrastructure of it? Like, how does the information flow? Where's my wallet?
Okay, so on the technical level, Circles runs on a blockchain that is called XDAI, or well, now it's called Gnosis chain, which runs on a, you mentioned before, the blockchain type you were mentioning was more a proof of work algorithm. The blockchain that we use at the moment runs on a proof of authority and proof of stake algorithm. And what that means is that there is a sort of a set of validators within a pool that say, we accept the transactions that are happening within the network. So Circles is an application that runs on this blockchain. And then the wallets are all on your are all on people's browsers. So essentially, when you make a Circles wallet, you basically are just going to a website. It's circles.garden. Again, circles.garden. And when you enter, all the data and all the information, when you make a wallet, lives there. So if you lose your private key or your seed phrase or your mnemonic phrase, we like to call them magic words. If you lose your magic words, then you cannot longer enter, and no one really can help you to get them back. And so we really believe in this idea that people should be able to hold their own money, so they should also be able to own it and not be in the possession of, let's say, a balance sheet of a bank in a server somewhere, right? And it's a very good question, because we are trying to move towards creating local first federated applications, which means that the applications run first on the devices of the network on a peer-to-peer basis and can be federated based on need, similar to the paradigm of the Fediverse. I know you see a lot of people now doing this exodus to Mastodon and so on. So we really believe in this type of, I guess, in Berlin, there is a very strong undercurrent of peer-to-peer software.
Thank you so much. The system of trust based on 3 people very much reminds me also of the structure of the hologram that Cassie developed together with others. But before we get back to Cassie, I would like to bring Fernando in and ask you, you are an artist, and at some point you decided to build an infrastructure. What led to this decision, and what did you build?
Well, first of all, thanks a lot for the opportunity for learning and yeah, being so inspired with the talks here. Yesterday I heard about circles, and I'm super interested as well in the hologram. So this is a super good opportunity for going deep onto that, and also with the previous roundtable, because when Cem was saying at the end, what we are interested is in finding ways to have a regular income without compromising our criticality. This is what actually was a little bit of a point of departure. That and understanding the post-40s condition of the cultural worker, the very vulnerable link in a whole chain of value that places the cultural user inside that murmuring multitude, that Pascal Guillen was talking about. And at the end, how we can secure the material conditions of our existence. So for me, also growing up in between the city and a remote rural area, it was important also to look at the eco-social crisis, no, in which this model is building somehow, is going towards. And in that sense, I think it was needed for me to just move from that form of criticality you mentioned before, that is actually coming back from the time of the manifestos of the avant-garde, no? Like pointing at something that is wrong and we could change, and maybe even a poetical sense, but actually going more into a poetical, no? Or into a productive, constructive form of transforming things in the here and now, and not only the imaginaries. So the whole proposal of Finland is to think on a project about an organization, a parent institution that could look at those aspects that are modeling our forms of life, forms of living. For example, the knowledge and training. So we started with the possibility of creating a space to put together the cultural worker and the land worker. How we could think on new narratives to reposition the heritage of peasant and indigenous cultures as a needed reset of our paradigm of civilization. So instead of the vision of eternal growth and being in a big metropolis as paradigm of cosmopolitanism and being a hyper-mobile, hyper-productive global player in a VIP area of a terminal, could we look at the shepherd as paradigm also of another form of observation, economy of attention, understanding times, understanding the relation with the non-human. And yeah, so it involves, as I mentioned, these projects that rethink how we acquire knowledge with the Inland Academy, that is a form of postgraduate that connects theoretical learning with practical learning, and the Shepherd School that started in 2004. And then as well the production that combines artistic production, and we also make cheese, so it's a way of maybe securing, as Cem was mentioning,
and also
those
blockchain-based.
Actually, it was very interesting to hear
cheese coin that you developed with Hito Steyer.
We often artists, we go into things and we kind of flirt with ideas and represent them, but not go really, seriously into making replicable and self-sustainable models. And I think that what Julio was saying is very interesting, because this idea of the cheese coin that we were thinking was very much based on the idea of an anti-NFT, or not necessarily passing through complex technologies, but more based on the validation of the community of users. So it's still in a very embryonary phase. But we are also working with Miyu and Vian Chan, two art economists, and on a social impact bond, or social environmental impact bond, form of a financial product that could also sustain these social engaged practices. But
what is the infrastructure at the moment, and where do you see it going? How many places do you work at? How many communities are involved?
That's that's also interesting, because we think in a model more based on the patterns of growth, for example, of beehives. Beehives don't grow enormously or endlessly, but they reproduce in this federated way different units that can coordinate. So we have an abandoned village in the north of Spain that we are rebuilding, and it's where we have the shepherd school, the cheese production, an apiary, and then there is this sheep of flock that actually goes then to the city. And because for us it's important to think that these models are not for an opt-out option, just to create our bubble. Maybe all the back to the land movements in the 70s and 60s very often, or 80s, were about thinking that we could have an alternative thing separated from. But actually for us, more than the land as a space of retreat or landscape, is more like a land occupy, or a space of inhabiting the friction, rethinking the space of custodianship as well of territory. So these sheep come to Madrid, and then we graze the big park in Madrid, and then we develop different artistic projects, from a sonic anthropology of the rural decay, or collaborations of every kind, the one with Hito Steyer you mentioned, and others. But I think it's important to project what we are doing, both in the art world. For example, we think it's important to take part in the cultural conversation and also show to many other practitioners and people who are entering the field that there could be other ways to develop a practice. And also, for example, in the social movements, we are developing a global pastoralist alliance. So part of the international bureaucracy of the UN, we got the UN to declare the International Year of Pastoralists, and maybe there is an ironic gaze on this.
Sorry, what was the year?
An International Year of Pastoralists and Gracelands. So within the UN system, for example, the UN Convention to Combat Desertification, or now the COP of Climate Change, we try to bring the voice of the pastoralist communities around the world, either Central Asia or the Maasai peoples or in different places.
The milk makers and processors, right?
Yes, to try at least to make the point that that there is like other realities in the everyday beyond this spectacle of the apparent transformation that the supranational bureaucracies often show, that is more and more co-opted by the big actors in the economy. But yeah, just to end, maybe to connect with the whole also ground for this conference, the question of our critique. I think that what we need to understand or to start to learn is new skills for the artist. It's no longer just to be a good painter representing a landscape as it was, or just a free agent questioning the formats and everything, but actually maybe needs to know as well on, for example, works as the hologram on participatory action research method, on sociological techniques. So what we do, it doesn't matter if it's formally good or not, is how it happens, where it happens, and with whom and for whom. So it's new contexts for art creation.
When do you decide when it's good?
That's actually something that I think that was a little bit under question in this documenta, no? That we cannot apply the criteria or the let's say often tautological self-referential forms of validation of contemporary art traditional critique, but we can't also give for valid something that has a good cause, for example, saying like is politically engaged. No, we need to start to look at aspects as the form of sustainable and durational engagement, the forms of understanding impact that are not only quantitative but also qualitative, how meaningful, how useful this is. And we are now translating the book Lexicon of Usership by Stephen Wright. And I think that's interesting because an art proposal maybe would be good when it keeps sustaining itself because it was useful for the context of users around, like circles or like hologram. Art Placing Group was an interesting APG group in the 70s that artists were going to, I don't know, British Airways. In this case, it was corporate context. But for us, it's like about the village artists. It's about the village artists of the future. Like, what would make sense in a context that is not the institutional art world? And also not only the platforms, because before we heard something like there is the platforms and there is the institution. Well, there are also a whole permaculture of an ecosystem of culture creation that is happening, for example, in the rural.
But it's maybe important to make a distinction between two types of useful art, I guess. Like there might be useful art that is useful under criteria that are already there, and there might be useful art that at the core works on creating new ideas of what's useful and new users, right? There I would see a classical analogy to the classic concept of the artwork, that instead of new forms of you craft something, you look for new forms of organizing together and down to the bacterial level, one could say, right? Cassie, was there a point where you shifted your practice and you understood that you want to speak more to people outside the art world? Or was it always that way, that your curiosity drove you to strangers?
I mean, I think I always was making work for my mother. And she's a really tough audience. I mean, I've always been interested in culture that makes it to people that just have jobs and who, I mean, most of my work that I think has been interesting at all has just been exploring the conditions of the world that I was born into, which was one where, you know, my family just experienced like really extreme poverty and kind of rode the waves of, you know, American neoliberal financial capitalism and patriarchy and racism. And so like my work has always been just trying to understand if when we like lost our house, was that our fault or was that something else? And so it took a really long time to identify the systems. I mean, those systems were meant to be opaque. And so it took me, you know, a decade to be able to really explain how we're not broken, it's the systems that are. And so I think, you know, my work has just always, I think it's inched closer and closer to being able to be something that my mother and the other, you know, people that she worked with at a grocery store in the middle of Indiana would be able to actually like get a laugh out of. And then maybe at some point, you know, the hologram would be something that would actually like make their life way better and maybe make their life more possible in an emergency.
Tell us about how it works.
Okay, so it's the point of the project is really to create stability and health for people, not as an endpoint in itself, but also because it is made with the wish that people would be able to have the energy and capacity to struggle to demolish systems of harm. So I think that's a really important part of this project. So how it works is really, it's sort of deceptively simple, but one person asks 3 people to support them in a really long-term way. So it's kind of like we have a hologram right now and Kolja is the hologram. And the 3 of us are like the triangle members, and we're, if the situation was reversed, which I think I recommend that we do this later, the 3 of us would be asking Kolja questions. And so one of us would ask Kolja questions about his physical health, and one person would ask questions about his mental and emotional health, and one person would ask him questions about his social health. I think the really important part of this is that Kolja invited the 3 of us to ask him questions. And so what we would do is we would have a regular meeting that was like this, where the 3 of us would ask questions. We would meet maybe like every season. And then Kolja would reciprocate by making sure that the 3 of us all have the kind of support that we want. Because one really important sort of foundational idea of this project is that all people who give care should receive care. And so as a way to sort of create a culture of care and not a closed loop, Kolja would make sure that we're all doing all right. And, you know, maybe we don't want a hologram, but maybe we do. And so maybe he would ask Julio, like, do you want to set up a hologram and how can I help you? And so in that way, the project kind of self-reproduces. And I think it's really interesting because many people really fear being a burden by asking for help or showing that they need support. Mm-hmm. And so that, I think we can argue, has a lot to do with capitalism and patriarchy. And this project, I think, really directly...
What exactly does it have to do with it? Like that you wouldn't bother the power figure in like really engaging with your weaknesses.
Exactly. Like, I think it's very, very dangerous to show vulnerability. You don't want to say you're sick, because what if that means that you're not allowed to go to work and reproduce yourself financially? Or what if you're considered weak, like a weak link? I think there's so many different ways where we have been taught that we need to be defensive, competitive, the best. And it's very linked to individualism. The importance of the sort of individual to sort of be perfect. And so to reveal one's vulnerabilities is pretty radical. And then to articulate your needs is really hard, especially when it's just so undervalued. So I think that the jump there is that Kolja does not want to be a burden on us. He's worried that we already are burdened ourselves. So how could he possibly ask us for help? So then because of that, the sort of mechanism self-reproduces because Kolja is going to make sure that we all have care in order to receive care from us. And I think that's a really important kind of mechanic of the project.
And how sorry, can you quickly speak like where did you imply it first? Where did you test it? How did it turn out? And what is the scale of this infrastructure, if we call it that? No.
So, I mean, the project's been around as kind of a thought experiment since 2016. It's a kind of rub off of organizing that happened in Greece at the height of a financial crisis and a huge amount of migrants coming in. It was borrowed from a clinic that was experimenting with not only how to give free care to all people, but also how to give non-hierarchical care. There's a book about it. You can read about it. It's very easy to find information about that story online. But I think the interesting thing that is useful today is that during the pandemic, we started to try to really make it a much more accessible social practice. And so a group of us began to teach workshops and courses online. And we're now up to our 7th course. And we have lots of different facilitators. But we teach courses, and the courses are themed, and they're around things like why is it so hard to ask for help, or they're for people who are professional caregivers, things like that. And the project has, because we were teaching these courses online, we realized that we needed some other mechanisms for critique actually embedded in the process of growing the hologram. So what happened, which I think is really useful to talk about, which I think really relates to circles in a way too, is that when we taught our first course in April of 2020 and 30 people took the course, we realized that a lot of these people sort of like wanted to continue, they wanted to know each other, but also they were our first 30 people to try the hologram and to sort of build their own holograms. And so we realized really quickly that the practice, it seems like it's kind of complete in that like Kolja has his 3 people, we support him, he supports us to make sure that we have holograms. But I think a really important part that we realized is that that's only half. So after the first course, we began to have these monthly meetings called the Community of Practice. And that's where people come together who are all trying out the hologram, and they talk about how it is for them. And so in this monthly meeting, which we've had for like 3 years now, people basically get to talk about the tensions in the practice, what's working, what's not working, and where domination is still peeking through in the practice. So when people are still giving advice in a project that's not about advice or hierarchy, we're able to see that. So we have basically what is like a very low facilitation talking circle that happens every month for anyone to come to. And so over time, we've been able to sort of see what's happening in people's experiences and how we need to change the hologram and how the hologram is changing people. And I think this is what's really important for me, is that like, there's always got to be a way to get information back from within. And to work from the inside out in this way means that then when we hear that something's in need of transformation, we can actually change. And the project changes with the people that use it. And so the hologram now is, I don't know how many people practice it. I'm going to say it's probably like a couple thousand people. We offer lots and lots of free workshops and like facilitated sessions and stuff online. We have a ton of facilitators from around the world. But I think what's interesting is those people that keep coming back to Community of Practice, the people who actually use the hologram are the people that are now organizing the hologram. And so I think the amazing thing is that it is going from being an individual's art project to just like actually a project that exists in the world that is owned and not owned, but it's organized and held by the people that use it.
Kind of an autonomous infrastructure, you could maybe say. But how does this infrastructure relate to existing infrastructures? Like, can the hologram be a tool to make a corporation more efficient? Because finally the cleaning person and the accountant and the manager are taking care of each other across hierarchies? Because I ask, because we are on some epistemic shift on many levels, and the relation to work seems to fundamentally have changed through the pandemic and being forced to stay at home. Restaurants can't open because nobody wants to come to work. Theaters
the trains don't travel because
trains don't travel because also one reason is actually that people don't come to work. And it really seems that you could generally broadly say there's a loss of perspective or like a sense of sense, kind of, right? How does the hologram influence the relation that people have to the infrastructures they work in?
I think there's something dangerous about the hologram, which is really cool and also I think deserves like a good warning, which is that I think it makes it really hard to remain dishonest. And when people...
That's threatening, yeah.
Yeah, well, when people realize the sort of power structures that they're stuck inside of, and while they have the illusion of choice, they're being exploited, or they're just incredibly unhappy, or they're not living in a way that they believe in. Like, I think the hologram makes it really hard to avoid those types of truths. And I think when we develop more radical wishes, maybe wishes that are like too dangerous to kind of be able to say out loud, I think it means that we have to change, and we have to change more than ourselves. We have to change the things around us. And most of us that grew up in, the capitalist West, we don't really know how to do things together like that. So I think it's really hard and really scary actually to insert it into certain situations, but I think that's why it works, and that's what it will do if it's truly used. If we've developed like a protocol, the meetings happen over 90 minutes or 1 hour. It's very structured, but I believe if people really commit to it in any corporate atmosphere, it will destroy the hierarchies. It will destroy the delusions, and I think that is quite dangerous to what I had said before, to reality maintenance. It makes it harder to kind of continue on maintaining structures of oppression, even the ones that we're not actually able to see normally.
So if someone listening in now and is scared of the hologram and wants to stop it, what would they have to do?
If they want to stop it, I don't know. I think it's inside of us. I think that the beauty of having a project that's based on a practice is that there's a lot of people that rely on it. It's like a part of our everyday lives, and it's a part of our relationships. Every time we've gotten a donation of money, I mean, I feel like that sometimes feels like the most dangerous thing. I mean, it's allowed us to organize at a larger level, but it also feels like it's very scary to handle money, which feels at times like our kryptonite, like the kryptonite for collectives where people are like, we've been brainwashed to believe in money more than anything else.
Okay, so to kill the hologram would be to finance it.
Well, we do have money, so we are kind of financed, but sometimes it does feel like I feel like that is the thing that is the hardest. I don't think any, like, as a smart person named Julio once said, nobody can kill a practice. But I think that the thing that has slowed us down the most is getting money and figuring out how to use resources, because we hate money.
Thank you. Julio, do you hate money? We have three infrastructures in the room. One is focusing on the relation to the soil. One is focusing on mental health and sovereignty over your conditions of life and work. And one is for money, for validating and paying each other. Julio, could you quickly elaborate on what space the social has in circles? Because it seems like circles is basically another payment infrastructure Does it create a different space for social exchange? Does it relate to the mental components of, for example, the hologram?
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, it's land, the body, and money. No, I have there's a economic anthropologist that used to call them the three fictitious commodities: land, the body, or labor, or whatever, and money. And I think it's a very good analogy because, yeah, in fact, yeah, like the earth is not a commodity, our bodies are not a commodity, and money is also has been commodified. But it's often even hard to imagine how money cannot be commodified because of how colonized we've been, as Cassie was saying. But if you think about it, money is really a promise for the future, for a specific type of future. No, if I say, hey, I will get to a certain place in the west of Germany by a certain day and speak at a certain panel, and there is a promise there. When one way or the other you can negotiate the agreements and so on, but promises is really what make up the world in a way. And I think what changes in circles is that suddenly people have a bit the power to make promises and then take that responsibility. And I think that's a very big shift, because it really feels differently when suddenly you go to a shop that accepts circles, and maybe before you couldn't afford as much, or you don't have enough money, and now with circles people say, hey, I can finish the month now. It's maybe not a lot of money. It's maybe about, I would say, the equivalent of like 100 euros a month, because of how like small the network is. But it's still like, if you don't have that much money, it already helps you to get some food, some vegetables, maybe a therapy or whatever. So I think it's more about the social relationships that happen within the universe, of circles in a way. So it allows for different connections to happen. So not just between the community of people that meet. So we have assemblies every month where people can come, and we also have markets. So we have this sort of market assembly format where people can come and use their circles, spend them, tell us what problems they have with the system. So it's quite like an iterative process to understand how the social relationships are being built, and also how that is enabled or not by the technological infrastructure, and then we feed back into our processes. And yeah, there's also the element within the businesses or the merchants network. So it's different when you are one, let's say, a producer of upcycled food. So we have, for example, one project that gets a lot of food from the supply chains that already exist that normally would go to waste. The current system wastes a lot of things, especially food. And so what they do, their whole business model is just taking food and transforming it into products that you can sell at a market. And so if we can connect them to food producers or people who do delivery, we have also a self-organized collective that does delivery. You can start to build all the different parts of what we call an economy, and then this essential stuff, these essential labors or whatever you want to call them, really become very important. And if people can access them, it provides some sort of a feeling of unconditionality or safety, if you want. And that feeling is really rare in today's world. Like, many people don't get to feel unconditionality in life. And so if you have a money that, or the sign of a system that nurtures unconditionality in the economy, then you sort of start to have different relationships and different ways of thinking beyond scarcity.
I like how this talk connects to the keynote by New Models earlier this day, who showed that the public sphere has been hollowed out. They said, and the public sphere is a hologram. And now we come back to the hologram, and we talk about 3 practices that seem to exist without any relation to the public sphere. Fernando, could you imagine inland the hologram and circles make connections that would complement each other?
For sure. I mean, one would say that's like a natural continuation or evolution from the models we are trying, and finding that maybe, for example, circles is working in an urban context and has a certain impact in a city of 3-4 million people. How would be the impact in in small cities of 2,000 people, or in relation to the control of the primary sector and natural resources, and for us as well, no? Like how we could incorporate aspects related with the with the emotional and affective health and for example, emotional communication of the everyday in a rural context. I remember we were working in a project in the north of Turkey, and that was some of the workshops that the villages were asking with, and then to incorporate those other levels of awareness and consciousness. So yes, I think that this would be, it's going to be a natural and logical continuity of what is being tried. I also would like to think, how will these practices connect with the other criticality we just saw in the round table before? Because often it seems like water and oil, no? Like never really mixing. And I think that they do, and there are many things to learn mutually. I remember once we did a project, it was to work with seed savers that were working at home with seeds from vegetal varieties that were under the risk of being patented, with the property laws on seeds and vegetables, and they were like keeping notebooks with who has this tomato where, and then you would call someone and you would see if that would apply to your land and maybe get them sent in an envelope. Well, through working with hackers that were fighting for property laws on software, and we're working for free software, we managed to develop a database and forms of exchange. So I think that the criticality of the meme culture, it's interesting because it's, how to say, it's based on not necessarily creating new imaginaries. Imaginaries, not imaginaries. So it's based on an image bank that you constantly reuse and reposition, and in that sense, it's a very useful form of camouflage, of mirroring what the society of the eternal reproduction and spectacle makes. And I think this is something we need to learn in the land-based projects that otherwise very easily can be just extracted into a new imaginary of the desire for the authentic, for the rural, and so on. So for us, for example, in inland, we try to avoid any image that represents what we are doing. No, we tend to say what happens in the village stays in the village, because otherwise you end up with a reality show. That was something we were working with. But I think it's important. And then also, as an example, one of the inland members, who is now with the goats and the sheep, became also a very successful YouTuber. And that's also interesting, because otherwise you'd be a young person that decided against all the odds to find an economy and a form of life in managing mountain pastures in a hut, and you would be probably very often thinking, I'm just part of this group of losers that the contemporary urbanocentric culture is telling us, the people of the rural are. But on the other hand, now through this YouTube channel and making his identity and expressing his critique to the institution of the national park and the way in which eco-technocracies are managing the land, he's finding also a place, a community of peers, a community of support.
Interesting.
So that's also
that's already an answer to the closing questions. A question I wanted actually to put. To make a little link, we are now at the end of our time, but I will take 2 minutes more. There will be a panel in Berlin on the 26th with Dr. Lina Eilers, Christine Wahl, both are theater critics, Hanno Rauterberg, the art editor of the weekly paper Die Zeit, and Thorsten Michaelsen of the theater group Ligna, who do immersive performances. They will talk about the participatory artwork and a certain tendency that criticism is less and less something that looks at a practice from the outside, but is something that is already applied for when you hand in the funding form. So a project would fund its own coverage and its own criticism, which can lead to the fantasy of many different worlds just commenting on themselves, which would be the opposite of the public sphere, which end new models have declared today. So I would like to, you also already answered that question with the member who became a YouTuber. But Cassie and Julio, what do you think you need the public sphere for, or don't you need it at all? Because the public sphere is also connected to criticism historically, right? Without public fear, public
sphere would be for the space of citizenship, the agora, let's say, of what's for you.
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Maybe Cassie first. Do you need publicity?
I think I'm really interested in public education. I think like I mean, I just kind of drew a blank. I was like, I don't even know what the public sphere is anymore. But I do think that I mean, I'm just most interested in like getting people together and having them see each other and see themselves as part of each other. And I think that can happen in an agora or in a situation where we're like, we are put together with some of these ideas of like what an old public sphere is. But I just feel like it's just got to be way more layered and way more non-hierarchical. Like we need to be in it with each other together.
Thank you. Julio, if I can ask for a short answer.
Yeah, I think we need to abolish the division between the private and the public completely, because it kind of takes away our ability to imagine other ways of relating to each other. So one of the things I always say is that with the basic income, people could have the ability to break this dichotomy between what is private and what is public, what is the private household and the public household. Like, I think in a way what happens is that the public is just equated to the state. And I think we need to think beyond these simple dichotomies and really practice something else.
Thank you. That's an amazing closing word for this day. It's also a link to the first talk tomorrow at 11 by Nikita Davan, an outstanding theoretician of the public sphere, who tends to explain why Kant has to be, like the whole Enlightenment has to be saved from the Europeans. Nikita Davan will talk about aesthetic enlightenment and the art of decolonization tomorrow at 11. But now, Arnold Dreiblatt, from the second generation of American minimalist musicians, like in the spirit of Lamonte Young and others, is performing now. Sorry again for Julio and Cassie that you're missing it. Everyone in the room, please move over to the restaurant. It's turning a club tonight. And at 10, we celebrate Judgment Night with Eric de Klerk, Lil Internet, and Nastya Muravyova, who just landed from Prague. Thank you so much for tuning in. Thank you so much, Fernando. Thank you all for the trust. Thank you for the performance, Cassie. And thank you, everyone, for joining today, and see you next door.